Welcome to the City Council regular meeting this Monday evening, March 4th. I now call the meeting to order. I invite everyone to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Deputy Clerk, will you please call the roll?
With pleasure, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Hedges. Here. Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Here.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Here. At this time, I will ask our city clerk if any notifications or requests for virtual meeting participation have been received from any member of the council due to just cause or emergency circumstances.
Madam Mayor, we have received no such requests.
Thank you very much. We are excited to be here in person with options for those who choose not to be in person to participate virtually. There are several ways that you can participate. For those intending to speak in person, please complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the clerk. If you're participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. So our first item is a wonderful ceremonial item. It is the Samaritan House 50th Anniversary Proclamation, and here to receive it is Laura Bent, the CEO of Samaritan House. Ms. Bent, would you like to come down? Or come up? Yes, there we are. So I have the honor to read a proclamation on behalf of the City of San Mateo to Samaritan House. Whereas for 50 years, Samaritan House has provided services, resources, and assistance to individuals and families experiencing poverty. And whereas Samaritan House was founded in 1974 by Dr. Cora Clemens, and since its inception, this reputable organization has worked to address the needs of those experiencing immediate crisis and has provided continued support through food service programs, schooling and children's programs, case management, worker resources, and housing and shelter assistance. And whereas in 2023, Samaritan House pantry staff and volunteers served over 26,000 clients. Shelter staff provided 55,000 nights of safe sleep. $7.3 million was provided for direct financial assistance. Samaritan House Kids Closet provided 20,500 articles of children's clothing, and the Samaritan House Clinic booked 8,000 uninsured patient visits. And whereas Samaritan House leaders and staff are devoted to service and perform their duties with the highest degree of compassion, vision, and optimism. And whereas Samaritan House will celebrate their proud history and the thousands of lives they've empowered at their 50th anniversary gala on March 15th, 2024. And whereas it is now with the greatest appreciation that we extend our best wishes for the lasting success of this worthy organization and gratitude that they are in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of San Mateo hereby recognizes Samaritan House for 50 years of dedication to the people of San Mateo. Thank you. Now, CEO Bent, would you like to share a few words with us?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mayor Diaz-Nash, Vice Mayor Newsom, City Council members. It is our great pleasure to be a partner in the services that we provide here in the city of San Mateo and the greater San Mateo County. We cannot do this work without the thousands of supporters, donors, volunteers, and folks who step up to help us provide the work that we do on a daily basis. It is our great privilege, our honor to work with you, your city staff, and everyone involved who helps keep people fed, clothed, healthy, and housed. And I have with me tonight our Chief Operating Officer, Alec Raffin, who joins me, and we both, on behalf of everyone, our board of directors, the leaders of the organization, want to say thank you very much for your recognition. We are very proud for the 50 years. We celebrate them. We hope one day we put ourselves out of business, but for now, we are very blessed to be in a community that cares about the residents, and so we thank you.
Thank you. Before we get going, Councilmember Lee would like to make a comment as well.
Thank you, through the mayor. I wanted to give a special acknowledgement to Samaritan House, which started in my neighborhood of North Central. And so when we think about the impact, the cascading impact that a tiny organization can have that starts in an equity community priority area that was historically redlined, historically underserved, and has turned into an anchor institution that has served hundreds of thousands of community members. And one of the things that Laura's predecessor often said, Bart, was that Samaritan House is so important because it's serving our working poor. The working poor are the community members who are benefiting from Samaritan House. They are part of our community. They are here contributing to our community, and they need a helping hand. And they come from our community, as this organization does. And so I just want to underscore that point that 50 years ago, this organization started in our hometown and is here a shining light in our community. And so thank you so much, Laura. Your leadership means so much, and we're looking forward to another 50 years.
Thank you. And may we all continue to be as beneficial for our community together. So let's move on to the consent calendar. So Deputy City Clerk, could you please read the consent calendar?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 2, City Council meeting minutes approval. Item number 3, AB 481 Annual Military Equipment Report approval. Item number 4, Gateway Park Pedestrian Bridge Replacement Project Agreement. Item number 5, Public Works Facilities Construction Manager Amendment. And finally, item number 6, 25th Avenue Grade Separation Memorandum of Understanding Amendment.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? If any members of the public wish to comment on any consent calendar item, now would be the time to make your comment. This is for consent calendar items only. Is there anyone who wants to make a comment? Deputy Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we have not received any requests to speak in person. There are a couple of individuals in the remote environment who have had their hands raised for quite a while. As Madam Mayor mentioned, this is for consent calendars items only, not for general public comment. Hisham and Nasir, if you intend to speak on the consent calendar, please keep your hands raised. If you wish to speak on general public comment, please lower your hand. Okay, we have no request to speak on the consent calendar.
All right, thank you. I will close public comment on the consent calendar. Is there a motion from council to approve the consent calendar?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
and Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the City Council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. To members of the public who wish to speak, please be advised of the ground rules for meeting decorum. Our motto here in San Mateo is give respect, get respect. We will not allow for clapping, cheering, or jeering, or other public displays for or against speakers, as these can impede diverse viewpoints, and we want to create an environment where all viewpoints can be heard. So is there any public comment this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor. For those in the remote environment, if you wish to speak on general public comment, please raise your hand now. We'll give you a few moments to do so. For individuals who have requested to speak in council chambers, we are closing the period for additional requests to speak on general public comment. Our last speaker will be Delaney Wu. Madam Mayor, we have a total of 76 requests to speak.
Okay, so I think that's 1 minute.
For members of the public who wish to speak on this item, we will be limiting public comment to 1 minute. So as you can tell, we have a large number of requests to speak for general public comment in the interest of efficiency and help us get through the vast number of public comments. I'm going to announce the next 3 speakers. If I call your name, please line up against the wall here, and that'll help us get through this process. Thank you. Our first speaker will be Irina Mavridis, followed by John Connolly and Kelly Ryerson.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Nice to see everyone again. So I'm here representing the small cell facility fight that we've been going through for many, many months now. Despite protests from the community, we are disheartened to see that the construction has begun on these small cell facilities. Many are steps from bedrooms. I sent emails to the city council from a little girl's bedroom just mere feet away. And while there's an open NEPA investigation that we filed with the FCC, legally, these constructions cannot be permitted. In 2022, Verizon actually was sued and fined $950,000 for NEPA violations because it admitted that it built wireless facilities in 5 states without completing the required environmental or historical reviews. So as our attorney Ariel Strauss pointed out, even if San Mateo does not uphold NEPA, which it should, it is a federal ruling and a federal law, Crown Castle, the applicant and the site developer absolutely has to. I want to also say, unfortunately, Kramer was selected to write the new ordinance. Don't forget, he did sign off on the protective code in Encinitas. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be John Connolly, followed by Kelly Ryerson and Philip Deardoff.
Great. Hello, Mayor. Thank you all for hearing me. Piggybacking on what Irina just said, I am the father with the 2 little girls that are now sleeping, I don't know, about 25 feet away from the 5G cell units. I've sent some emails this week. It's absolutely a privacy concern. Jurisdiction in the law, the code that I'm aware of is to install these in the least intrusive way possible. This is the most intrusive way possible. It is the same height. In fact, yesterday I walk up, last week, and I see my daughters waving to the gentlemen that are installing the units 25 feet from where they sleep. It's a new technology. We don't know the side effects of the radiation and everything else that goes along with 5G. I just urge you to take the public safety into concern and relook at the code, because from everything I can tell, these are being installed in very intrusive and not least intrusive zones. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kelly Ryerson, followed by Philip Deerdorf and Chris Meisner.
I request that you order a cancellation of the small cell wireless facility permit issued at 380 Virginia Avenue. The application review for that permit, and most likely all others that have been approved, missed many vital components that should have led the city to reject the application immediately. This one will be right next to the MF-sensitive resident who had to have his smart meter removed, and about 30 feet from the family of a brain surgeon who performs the surgeries on the very tumors that develop from the exposure. We need to keep him alive. All of this so that Verizon can radiate their broadband, whether a Verizon subscriber or not, 24/7. The songbirds that like to gather around the poles will no longer do so because the radiation is too intense. The NEPA complaint that I filed is still open at the FCC, and Crown Castle needs to follow the federal law and complete their evaluation before construction. The city attorney appears to be perpetually misleading you as to what your true liability risk is. Every roadblock we face in trying to protect our rights to be cancer-free comes back to the city attorney. Please decide to protect our community's health. It's the bare minimum.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Philip Deerdorf, followed by Chris Meisner and Cheryl Glazer.
Hi, I'm Philip Deerdorf. Y'all know about the problems with the NEPA Act being violated and all these other things with the dangers of 5G. We all know it. It's out there. I'm curious, why is it that our city attorney here says that you are risk aversive? Which risks are you referring to? The risks to the people that these 5Gs are over, or the risks that you're incurring from corporate or government? I'm a pragmatic guy. You know, today I woke up and I saw this guy looking at all the phone polls and taking notes on his laptop, and I said, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Well, I'm here as a subcontractor. I had to press." Oh, with Crown Castle. Okay. So now they're continuing to push on all of this. And I'm just a guy who looks out his window and sees all of these bad things happening. I hope you guys finally just cut through the red tape.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Chris Meisner, followed by Cheryl Glazer, and final speakers will be the Dominguez family on this topic.
Hi there. I'll keep it brief. I think, what is the harm in taking a pause? That's the question I think everyone should ask themselves. We hear a lot of concern here. We've been living without these cell phone enhancers for years. The harm, I said, weigh the harms here. From a legal point of view, from an environmental point of view, there could be harms. On the other hand, hitting pause now, you guys have the power to pause. The head of the DPW has the power to hit pause. I urge you to just hit pause and not approve any more of these applications at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Cheryl Glazer, followed by the Dominguez family and Nicole Hahn.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to tell you and teach you a little bit about Latin effects of radiation exposure. Those are effects that can happen 20, 30, 40 years down the road. I worked as a nuclear med tech 25 years ago. I was holding radiation in my hands a lot of the day, and I accepted that risk. I knew that risk. There are plenty of studies on ionizing radiation. There aren't very many studies on this. There's no long-term studies. I had surgery last year for a cyst in my hand, developed from radiation exposure. 30 years later, we have to look at the health of our citizens, our children. We cannot ignore that there could be Latin effects 30, 40, 50 years down the road. My last thing to take into consideration, it took the medical industry over 40 years to tell women, maybe you shouldn't be taking this estrogen.
Thank
It
you.
comes with some
Thank you.
significant risks.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be the Dominguez family, followed by Nicole Hahn and Lena.
Hi, my name's Diana Dominguez. Again, thank you all for always being here and showing up. You know, it's really important that my kids come. I have my son Dario, and he wants to share something about what he thinks about these facility towers that Crown Castle is putting up in our cities, by our bedrooms and in our communities.
We don't want them near our bedrooms.
And where else don't you want them?
And we don't want them near our street or our houses.
That's all we ask. We want them in an industrial spot away so that we could be comfortable. And we ask you, city, to protect us. What do you think about those towers?
So we don't want people to have the internet next to them because we don't want them to have EMF.
We don't want EMF. And we know it's a lot of work and we know it's a lot of challenges, but we ask you, city attorney, step up, protect us, be there for us. We count on you. Thank you for taking these positions because not everybody is doing community work as you all. So we appreciate you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Nicole Hahn, followed by Lena and Tras.
Good evening. I'm a mental health advocate serving San Mateo County. Throughout my lifetime, many members of my family have made this city their home. As a concerned member of the community, I urge you, Mayor and Council members, to lead with your empathy in the face of the current crisis and prioritize adding a ceasefire resolution to the agenda. Mayor, during your campaign, you stated that you would take on the tough issues and that you would be accountable to us, your community. You also shared about your resilience following the devastating explosion in 2005. Your journey of recovery is a testament to the unyielding human spirit, and I am profoundly grateful for your perseverance and the safety you found amidst adversity. In your position, may you extend the same sentiments, honoring human life above all else. By standing with your residents who have tragically lost their family in the nonstop indiscriminate explosions occurring as we speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lena, followed by Tras.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lena, and I'm a resident of San Mateo District 2. I'm here to urge you to vote yes to agendize a resolution calling for an enduring ceasefire in Gaza. We are currently witnessing a devastating full-force humanitarian crisis with over 36,000 Palestinians dead, 14,000 of which are children. San Mateo has a large multi-generational Palestinian community that has contributed to the city. I ask you to listen to us, and I urge you to take action. Please follow in the footsteps of other cities in the U.S. to prioritize a resolution. As a society, we must think globally and act locally. Global issues impact communities, and change begins at a local level. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I apologize if I'm not getting your name correct here. It appears to be Tras or perhaps Ines.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ines, and I am a resident of District 1. I've lived here for the past 12 years. My children are enrolled in San Mateo schools, and I am privileged to serve with a nonprofit organization that collaborates closely with local entities serving this community, such as Samaritan House and Cora. As a resident of San Mateo and a member of the Palestinian community, my family and I are directly feel the effects of the ongoing genocide and humanitarian crisis, which has resulted in the loss of over 30,000 lives, including more than 14,000 innocent children. To put this into perspective, more children have been killed in the past 150 days than the total enrollment of the San Mateo Foster City School District. In fact, the number equates to over 93 children per day being killed. In these trying times, we turn to our elected officials seeking solidarity with humanity and urging advocacy for a permanent, not a 6-week, ceasefire in Gaza, the free flow of vital humanitarian aid, and the release of hostages on all fronts. It is crucial that we do not overlook the needs of our community amidst the prevailing distress and sorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Wayne.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. It's too bad that corporate greed wins in most cases because they have the money and the lawyers. That's why we are asking you to help us in stopping Crown Castle and anybody else from installing these cell towers. I'm just getting over cancer surgery and do not need any more radiation to give me cancer again. We already have high-speed internet, so why do we need to have these towers to pollute our children, the adults, and the environment? And to top that off, we will be charged more money whether we use their service or not. You know they're not putting cells up for not making money off of them. We hope that you will join our side and not issue any more permits until Crown Castle to go somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, we do have a lot of public comment that we want to get to. If I call your name, please line up against the wall here. That'll help us get through our public comments expeditiously. Our next request to speak is Siyama Ekarat, followed by Tala Michael and Tam Michael.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Samiha, a resident of District 5 in San Mateo for over 14 years. As a Palestinian mother, the last 5 months have been a period of profound grief for me. While I cherish the safety of my children, their faces painfully remind me of the innocent children in Gaza, amplifying my sense of guilt and sorrow. Consider the current situation of Gaza, a region that once housed 2.2 million people. Today, countless are displaced, over 70,000 individuals have been injured, and 38,000 civilians, including 14,350 children, have lost their lives. You may ask what this has to do with the San Mateo and its community. The connection is clear. San Mateo County is home to the nation's 9th largest Palestinian community. It boasts a vibrant, multi-generational Palestinian presence. This community has significantly enriched our city through business, culture, and education. I implore you to agendize this permanent ceasefire resolution and stand on the right side of humanity.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tala Michael, followed by Tam Michael and Rama Sasau.
Excuse me, just this man is taking photos and I would like our privacy to be protected, if that's allowed.
It's a public, this is a public area and therefore.
Okay. I'm just going to turn this way then. Good morning, San Mateo City Council. I am here in favor of agendizing a ceasefire in Gaza, Palestine. This indeed is a local issue, as we are your constituents and our tax dollars are funding and enabling the genocide that Israel's been committing for the past 5 months. People may argue this could be divisive for the community. They're right, we are divided by those who want to end the slaughter of innocent children and those who want to continue it. Putting a ceasefire on the agenda only shows that San Mateo stands for humanity and wants an end to this mass slaughter using American weapons. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tam Michael, followed by Rama Sasau and Jessica Forkash.
Hello, good evening. My name is Tammy Michael, and I'm here to support of putting a ceasefire on the agenda. My family is from Gaza. Palestine. Last month, my uncle was killed by an Israeli airstrike and my aunt's leg was blown off. She has no medicine, no anesthesia, nothing right now. The rest of my family is living off of a can of Spam, currently sheltering in the Catholic Church in Gaza. I am here because I am human, and I do not support the indiscriminate killing of anyone, Israeli or Palestinian. That shouldn't matter. A human life is a human life. I have a duty not only as a Palestinian to speak up, but as an American who is funding this genocide. I beg you all to do the right thing, please.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Rama Sisao, followed by Jessica Forkash and Anne F.
Good evening. I am Rana, a Palestinian American mother from San Mateo. When I was only 5 in 1967, Israel invaded my hometown in Palestine during the Six-Day War. I witnessed brutal violence that left a permanent trauma. But that was nothing compared to the horror that 1.1 million children are now facing right now in Gaza. Gaza is 5 times smaller than San Mateo County and witnesses 6 children murdered every hour. Would you stand for that if it were in San Mateo? Then why in Gaza, especially when our US tax dollars are funding this? It has now become a famine in Gaza, and people have begun to starve to death. This is not a conflict, but an extermination. Imagine if thousands of children in San Mateo were under the rubble as we speak. Would you still be thinking? This is the reality for the children of Gaza for 150 days straight. As a mother, I cannot stand by and watch this, and so I demand a ceasefire now.
Thank you.
It is not...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Our next speaker will be Jessica Forkash, followed by Anne F. and Amy Moore.
My name is Jessica Forkash Sarkisian. I am a homeowner, taxpayer, and constituent in San Mateo. I voted for Mr. Lorraine because he knocked on my door while campaigning to discuss his policies directly with me, and I was pleased to see him join us at our Hanukkah celebration in Foster City. When he knocked on my door, I did not think to ask him his stance on foreign policy, nor did I consider that when voting for anyone else on this council. Instead, we talked about the traffic situation along 36th between Hacienda and El Camino, the need for affordable housing, which I firmly believe, for those among us who cannot afford to pay the multiple millions of dollars it costs to live here in our district, and the revitalization plan for Hillsdale Mall and surrounding it. We discussed the importance of standing with women in our community, especially in light of his opponent being so outwardly misogynistic at the time. These are the issues of San Mateo voters.
Thank you.
Please do not agendize a ceasefire resolution.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Anne F., followed by Amy Moore and Arena Rose.
Hello. This morning, the San Mateo Medical Center Board tried to pass a resolution. Once our group left, we were immediately berated and harassed with anti-Semitic slurs and threats. This has occurred at every single ceasefire meeting I have been to. Honestly, I think I preferred it when it was occurring behind closed doors, the anti-Semitism. It was kind of nice. Bringing a ceasefire resolution to local city councils does nothing but divide. It does unite against one side, the American pro-democracy side. There is no such thing as an inclusive, neutral resolution. This is a foreign issue. I am a San Mateo business owner. I'm a therapist. If a resolution is passed here, I would not feel safe. My kids would not feel safe. Please do not agendacize a resolution. It's unfortunate that we have to be here tonight and take time away from local city issues that actually matter, like cell phone towers. Please do not agendacize. Thank you.
Thank you. For our remote audience, I want to announce that the last speaker we will be taking in the audience is, his name is Cesar Che Rodriguez. That Cesar will be our last remote speaker for general public comment. Our next speaker will be Amy Moore, followed by Irene Rose and Amina.
Hello. Thank you, San Mateo County's
City Council. I'm here to speak about the resolution for ceasefire. After October 7th, I at first struggled a lot to understand how I should feel because my husband and my children are Jewish descent. It was very difficult for me to find any information about Gaza for a while, but I did finally find information on Instagram and videos of Gazan journalists, doctors, Palestinians themselves, also scholars teaching about the history, the over 75 years of oppression and the Nakba. I learned that Palestinians are a loving, gentle people, and Palestine has the highest proportion of PhDs on earth. Gaza is a beautiful place full of life and color before the American bombs dropped by Israel sculpted it into a black
Thank you.
gray mound of rubble.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Irene Rose, followed by Amina and CC.
Hi, my name is Ornette Rose, and I've been a Samaritan for nearly 18 years. I am here to ask you to remain steadfast in not considering a resolution for a ceasefire in the Israel and Hamas war. By agendizing a ceasefire resolution, you will forget the historical context of the Holocaust and the importance of the State of Israel. You will forget that a ceasefire was in place on October 6th, before peace and music-loving innocent Israeli civilians were butchered and taken hostage by Hamas. You will forget that San Mateo is a multicultural community that prides itself on being a sanctuary of safety and security for all people. You will forget that your residents, including your students at school, are already afraid and highly anxious about the unbearable explosion of anti-Semitism they witness all over the Bay Area and on social media. So thank you for remembering that the San Mateo City Council mandate is to govern local happenings like housing, safety, and the environment. Thank you for remembering that the City Council has no role to play or influence in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Thank you for remembering that many of your residents are in pain and mourning, and any action you take on this international war will generate greater division, disappointment, and unease among your residents, and God forbid, hatred, demonization, and extremism.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Amina, followed by CC and Christina Gutierrez.
Good evening. My name is Amina, and I am a longtime community member of San Mateo. My family has been living here for several years, and I myself have lived here for almost 2 years. I am here to urge you to agendize a resolution calling for an enduring ceasefire in Gaza. San Mateo cannot stay silent in the face of genocide. Although we are living halfway across the world, the dire situation in Gaza directly impacts your San Mateo Palestinian community, who are feeling very unsafe in the heightened rise of anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, and Islamophobic sentiments and attacks we've seen across our country. As a society, we must think globally and act locally. Over 30,000 lives are forever gone. Calling for a ceasefire is the very least that we can do. Call for an enduring ceasefire in Gaza now and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be CC, followed by Christina Gutierrez and Zach Kleiman.
Mayor, City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've lived in San Mateo since 1991, and this is a beautiful, diverse city which I enjoy living in, and the many cultures that live here. However, I believe that you should not entertain a ceasefire resolution. This is an agenda item for the Congress and for the Senate and the United States of America. And I think that this would only contribute to Jew hatred and make people feel uncomfortable. Do not pass this ceasefire resolution. Let's focus on the business of the city of San Mateo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina Gutierrez, followed by Zach Kleiman and Nadan Kanark.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christina. As a first-generation Mexican-American and a lifelong resident of the city of San Mateo, I stand before you today in support of adding a resolution to call for a ceasefire in Gaza to the agenda. I won't explain much because the statistics speak for themselves. 30,000 Palestinians killed, including 14,000 children, 2 million Palestinians displaced, 71,000 injured, 130 journalists killed, and 99,000 homes destroyed. San Mateo has a large multi-generational Palestinian community, so we cannot be bystanders as we continue to watch these atrocities unfold. It is our moral obligation to take action and advocate for a ceasefire in Gaza. We must do everything in our power to alleviate the suffering of innocent civilians and ensure their right to life, safety, dignity, and humanity. I urge each of you to prioritize this urgent matter and agendize a ceasefire in Gaza resolution. The San Mateo community must stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Zach Kleiman, followed by Nadan Kanarik and Rami Esifan.
Hello, thank you all. My name is Zach. I'm a lifelong San Mateo County resident and a new San Mateo City resident in District 5. I'm a Jew descended from Jews who fled the Nazis in Germany in the late 1930s, and I'm here precisely for that reason. I am here because if the Holocaust has taught us anything, it is that massacre and hatred towards any group of people is a danger to us all. As a Jew, I am intimately aware that Jews are not free until Palestinians are free. None of us are free until we are all free. This is not, this is a local issue because it is about your constituents. And this is not about making a decision about foreign policy. This is about saying no to killing, no to famine. I speak on behalf of many Jews who are anti-Zionist. Please end the killing now, end the famine now, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, sorry. No platform.
No applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just a reminder for those in the audience, we do not afford for any clapping, jeering, or cheering. It puts a chill on public comment, so please refrain from doing so. Our next speaker is Nadan Kanarik, followed by Rami Esifan and Layla A.
Hi, my name is Nadav. I would like the city of San Mateo to refrain from discussing any resolution regarding the Hamas-Israel conflict. These geopolitical matters are complex and discussed at the highest government levels and should not be discussed at the city level. Recent history shows that such discussions only bring more division within the community. It is best if the city of San Mateo focuses on agenda items within its charter. Take ceasefire, for example. Imagine your parents being killed, abducted. Imagine your baby, grandkid, being beheaded or burnt alive. Imagine your daughter, sister being raped. Imagine the monsters who are responsible for this are still in power. Now, can you imagine a ceasefire before they return the hostages and remove from power? Please vote no on having such discussions on any city future agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, thank you. Thank you.
Every opinion is welcome up here at this dais. As it's showing up that anyone else needing to speak their opinion, we ask that you honor our decorum of the chamber. If you give respect, we give respect. There will be no more clapping.
What she said.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rami Isafan, followed by Lila A. and Rana Araban.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rami. I'm a resident of San Mateo all my life. I don't have anything written down. My family is from Gaza. I have lost over 100 members of my family personally. All of them innocent civilians, none of them involved in any sort of militant activity or anything. We're unable to have contact with them since the beginning of this. I don't like to call it a war because it is the first televised genocide of our lifetime. And demanding a ceasefire should be the bare minimum. And history will judge all of us, just like they did during the Nazi Holocaust. So I just want to say, you know, I'm here to show my support for this, just like 60% of Americans who believe in a ceasefire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lila A., followed by Rana and Tala Arcel.
Hello, my name is Leila Abdelnabi, and I am a community member. I'm here to support to agendize the ceasefire resolution. I'm a Palestinian American. My husband who just spoke, his family is from Gaza. And like he said, he's lost over 100 members of his family. That's over 100 people that our 6-month-old son will never meet. mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, cousins who had nothing to do with the politics. They were just people living their lives in Gaza. We will never get to meet them. And like my husband said, the bare minimum is to call for a ceasefire. Absolute bare minimum. We're talking about a genocide. This isn't just some issue that's happening across the world. It's affecting members of your community right here. And it's funded by our tax dollars. And I want to remind you that change doesn't start at the top. It doesn't start at the national level. It starts in our communities. It starts with conversations like this, and it makes its way up. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Rana, followed by Tals Arcel and Karen Moen.
Good evening. I come to you today as an American, a Palestinian, and a civil rights attorney and a member of this community. But more importantly, as a mother of 2 Palestinian children who have been watching on screens the genocide of their people for the last 5 months. 150 days of brutal murders. They don't understand how this is happening, how children that look like them, who just want to play like them, are being bombed in their homes, the place that is supposed to be their safe haven. They don't understand how children are being starved to death. Literally starved to death. They don't understand how the world is doing nothing to stop the killing of innocent children, and frankly, I can't explain it to them. I don't know how to explain to them that our tax dollars, our government is funding and supporting this brutality. The least I can do is tell them our community doesn't support this, that they see our humanity, that they see them. So I ask you today to please agendize a ceasefire resolution for a permanent ceasefire, not just the temporary one that's being promoted by the Biden administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tals Arcel, followed by Karen Moen and Alan Fisher.
Hello, my name is Tali. I'm a part of the Jewish community in San Mateo. Since the start of this meeting, we heard countless people accuse Israel of committing a genocide. This is factually not true. The IDF is doing its best under impossible conditions to minimize civilian casualties. We haven't heard here, but I've heard personally a lot of people deny the atrocities committed on October 7, when the truth is that they represent the largest number of Jews killed since the Holocaust in a single day. I can tell you that personally, I have a friend who had his whole family kidnapped to Gaza. I have a neighbor here in San Mateo whose cousin was killed in the Nova Festival. And I have another colleague her cousin was raped and butchered in her own home, along with her kids. I'm telling you that these are questions of fact. To establish the truth behind these facts is why there are embassies and agencies.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Moen, followed by Alan Fisher and Leah Leidiker.
Good evening. My name is Karen Moen. I'm a 35-year resident of San Mateo, a resident of District 4, and a Jew by choice. I am here to ask that you not agendize a resolution concerning Gaza on any future council agendas. This is not a matter for the city of San Mateo. Your responsibilities and authority are over traffic, public safety, road repair, bridges, overpasses on our streets, and other matters of interest and concern to the city, including cell towers in the neighborhoods. I do ask that you not agendize this, that this be handled at the national level, which is appropriate, but you have no legal and no policy authority over this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Fisher, followed by Leah Leidiker and Maya Falala.
This council has no jurisdiction over foreign policy, but it is responsible for the safety of the San Mateo community. As you see tonight, these debates heighten divisions, but they have no effect on a war halfway around the world. If we must discuss the war, remember that on October 7th, Hamas fighters stormed Israeli towns and farming villages with written orders to kill every civilian they could find, men, women, children, and even babies, except for some to be captured as bargaining chips. They killed over 1,200. The dead were later found raped, tortured, butchered, and sometimes beheaded. Over 240 were taken hostage, the youngest then 8 months old. Hamas still holds over 130 hostages, but they won't even say how many are still alive. It is unlikely Israel will get them back without military pressure. Recall also that a ceasefire was already in effect that day. When it was signed last May, Hamas was deep into planning their meticulous attack. That ceasefire was only a hudna, a temporary truce to be discarded when convenient.
Can we please stop? Can we please stop? We are trying to listen to public comment. We want everybody in this room to be heard. We cannot continue while this discussion is going on.
Thank you.
Everyone, please, we are trying to hear everyone. If you have a discussion, please take it outside. But here in this room, we want to hear everyone civilly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will resume public comment. Our next speaker is Leah Leidecker, followed by Maya Fall-Ah and David Aslan.
Good evening, Council. My name is Leah. I live and I work. My kids go to school in San Mateo. I pay property and business taxes here in San Mateo. This resolution is divisive and has absolutely no business in local politics. This only leads to more division, as you can see here, and an uprise in anti-Semitic attacks in our local community, including graffiti in our schools and anti-Semitic attacks on our buildings. These are often masked as in the guise of anti-Zionism, but as Martin Luther King Jr. said, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Make no mistake about it. I'm sorry that you all have to waste your time today and listen to this when we should be focusing on local issues. I'd like to use the rest of my time for a moment of silence to mark 150 days that my brothers and sisters, including 8 Americans, are being held hostage by Hamas.
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maya Fall-Ah, followed by David Paslan and Samaya Shaman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Maya. I grew up in this community and my kids attend school in San Mateo. I'm here to ask you to agendize a ceasefire resolution. We need a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, where innocent civilians are enduring the worst humanitarian crisis of our time. Over 38,000 people have been killed, more than a third of them being children. If they are not being killed by the bombardments, they are dying from starvation and illness. There's no food, water, medicine, or any basic necessities available due to the blockade. We have members of our own community here in San Mateo who have been affected by this. We are worried about our friends and families in Gaza. This resolution would mean a lot to a community that has been hurting and feeling hopeless, especially since our tax dollars are funding this genocide. Please join other cities like San Francisco, Oakland, and Richmond and call for a ceasefire in Gaza. It is the very minimum you can do for humanity.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be David Paslan, followed by Samaya Shaman and Palestine El Hefana.
The genocide that has been levied against Israel is 180 degrees wrong. The genocide is waged by the radical Islamists. This has been going on since the time of Muhammad. It's called jihad. Israel has no jihad. It's recurrent all the time. There was endless barrages of Hamas and other terrorist organizations against Israel. Israel would respond from time to time. And of course, the latest atrocity was October 7th, whose brutality and savagery exceeded anything since the Holocaust. In fact, the German Nazis were embarrassed. I'm sorry, they were not embarrassed. They hid what they did. The people the terrorists in Gaza boasted about it, rejoiced about the butchery that they executed. So if anything, we need to condemn the genocide waged against the
you.
Jews by the Muslims.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Samaya Shaman, followed by Palestine and Ron Patel.
Good evening, San Mateo City Council members. My name is Samia Shoman, and I live in District 3. Additionally, I'm fortunate to be raising my middle school age twins who attend public school here in San Mateo. I'm here this evening to ask you to agendize a ceasefire resolution. We need an immediate ceasefire in Gaza so there are no more deaths of anyone. I understand that some may argue that local politicians should not be involved in global issues, but this is more than a mere global issue. It's a humanitarian issue, and I want to know that my elected officials believe in and support humanity. I want to know that you care about issues that are important to your constituents, and this is important to our community. Global issues do impact our communities. We, as Palestinian Americans, contribute to San Mateo through numerous ways. We're tasked every day to wake up, pull ourselves together, and do our best while we silently suffer as the people in Gaza continue to live in unsafe conditions and lack the most basic necessities.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Palestine, followed by Ron Patel and Aya.
Hi, good evening. My name is Celestine Hafnawi, and I am 13 years old. I live and go to school in San Mateo. As a Palestinian American, it gets me sad knowing that people my age and younger are dying by the hours each day. Unlike me, who gets to go to school, play sports, and hang out with my friends, and never have to worry about my next meal, the kids in Gaza have no school, no food, and most have no homes. I think it is important you put a resolution on the agenda because I would really love it if where I live would support a ceasefire. It would not only mean a lot to me and others here to support, but many who live in San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ron Patel, followed by Aya and Regina Frenkel.
Thank you all. My name is Ron Patel. In the district for 18 years. It's out of your purview. I'm asking you not even to put it on the agenda. There was a ceasefire on October 6th. Hamas broke it on October 7th, killing over 1,200 people and kidnapping over 250. Hamas still holds 134 people hostages as we speak. Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005 and gave Palestinians full autonomy. Billions of dollars were invested in developing Gaza. Israel gave us free water, energy. Hamas elected to use all of the money to build tunnels and to buy ammunition to attack Israel. On October 7, Hamas, with 95% approval of the Palestinian people, attacked, killed, raped, and burned civilians in the name of resistance. Rape women in the name of resistance. Hamas has rejected every ceasefire attempt. Hamas has declared that if we'll have a ceasefire, the intention is to repeat October 7 again and again. The IDF could finish the war in 3 days. They're electing to do it slowly so would not harm as many casualties. Hamas has used civilians, including children, as human shields.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aya, followed by Regina and Dave Bauer.
Hello, my name is Aya, and I'm a 15-year-old Palestinian American. I'm also a freshman at Aragon High School, and I think that you should consider adding a ceasefire resolution to the next agenda to help end the genocide in Palestine. It would mean a lot to not only me, but to everyone living here in San Mateo if our city supported Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Regina, followed by Dave Bauer and Kamaka.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Regina, and I've lived in San Mateo County for close to 20 years. I'm also a registered and conscientious voter. I'm imploring the city of San Mateo to not agendize the ceasefire resolution. When we vote in our city elections, we're voting for our representatives who will address local city issues and not comment on foreign affairs. This resolution has no place in the purview of City Council. Many of us are heartbroken about what's ongoing in the Middle East and devastation in Gaza and Israel. Many in the community are affected personally. The pain is real, as the worry and angst about our families living in this region. However, it's not for San Mateo City Council to call for a ceasefire, especially when this is an empty declaration. How will we know if it's enforced? How will you guarantee that Hamas does not execute another October 7th?
Thank you.
They promise to do it again and again and again.
Thank
Please
you.
do not agendize this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dave Bauer, followed by Kamala and Samatir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Dave Bauer. I'm a past member of the Belmont City Council, an extremely active member in our Peninsula community. This is why I'm addressing you this evening. While I'm not a resident of San Mateo, I've lived my entire life on the San Francisco Peninsula. San Mateo is a neighbor, and everyone in the Bay looks to San Mateo as an influential community. So the actions you take prove to show great leadership for others to follow. Our city council's care for people and policies in their communities is very important to direct your energies, time, efforts to that which will improve and protect your city. Initiating proposals that are outside of that realm costs the city a great deal of time and money. It detracts attention and energy away from important ongoing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Kamala, followed by Samatir and Gina Budman.
City Council, the global call for a ceasefire is intended to protect all human life, Palestinian and Israeli. Life is sacred, and it is our duty as global citizens to preserve it. Over 38,000 people have been killed, 14,000 of whom are children. I am nauseated by the scenes of horror. All I see is dust, blood, and bone, total annihilation. I look at my children's faces, and I see children trapped in the rubble. In these times of total despair, I'm looking to the local leaders of my community for moral clarity, for hope. I want to know that you're listening, and that you're deeply disturbed by the loss of life, and that you want to lead with empathy. I'm asking the City Council of San Mateo to agendize a ceasefire resolution to stand with humanity. Congressman Mullen won't call for a ceasefire, so we're here in hopes that you will listen. San Mateo wants a ceasefire. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Samatir, followed by Gina Budman and Linda Kwong.
Hello, Honorable Judge and Councilman. My name is Semahed Bayati. I am a resident here in the Bay Area Peninsula. I'm here and with a heavy heart. I'm talking to you as a mother, as a constituent. I'm asking you kindly to please agendize this ceasefire resolution. I look at you and I tell you, we are contributing citizens. We are mothers, we are neighbors, we are teachers, we are volunteers. I mean, we contribute to this city, and we have a right, we have every right to tell you that we are mourning, we are grieving. And for me to walk outside and to think, does my neighbor want my children dead? Do they not care that there's a man killing children? There's men killing children and babies, and nobody's doing anything about it. It's affecting us. Please consider agendizing the ceasefire resolution.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Gina Budman, followed by Linda Krong and Kellyanna.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to me. My first statement would be, I would like to urge you to not bring this agenda item, which is extremely divisive. You see the result here of this topic discussion. Do you want to go through that again? There are enemies looking at each other from different sides of the room in different rows. Is that what is happening here with this topic? We barely speak, we barely talk to each other. And as a Jewish American, as a person who came as a refugee from Soviet Union, I can tell you, for us who ran away from anti-Semitism, ceasefire is equal to anti-Semitism. Please do not forgo your Jewish members.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Linda Krong, followed by Kellyanna and Jing S.
Good evening. My name is Linda Khoury. I'm a San Mateo resident and homeowner, and I'm here because I'm ashamed of our federal government's enabling of Israel's now 5-month-long genocide in Gaza. And I'm turning to my local leaders to do their part, even if it's only a symbolic statement of support, to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. U.S. taxpayers are footing the bill for the bombs that are being used to wipe out entire Palestinian families. These funds should be improving our local communities, not killing thousands of innocent children. This genocide does nothing to bring back the Israeli hostages to their family members, and it definitely doesn't make Jews or Israelis safer. I ask you to be brave, to do what is right, and agendize a resolution for a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kellyanna, followed by Jing S. and Victoria Z.
Hello. My name is Kellyanna, and I work here in San Mateo and living in South San Francisco. And I'm here to beg you all to agendize a bilateral ceasefire resolution. We all need an end to this humanitarian crisis, and a permanent bilateral ceasefire resolution would ensure sanctity for all people. Growing up in South San Francisco, during our city council meetings, even our city council members would regularly say that they want to model South City like San Mateo. So San Mateo has made a name for itself in the peninsula, and with your resolution to call for a permanent bilateral humanitarian ceasefire, we can create a domino effect for our state and federal governments to follow. Change begins at the local level, and as leaders in our community, please show your humanity. Again, I'm here to ask you to I'm not here to ask you to take a political stance. We're here just to ask for a stop to this destruction and a push to bring in humanitarian aid. Again, I ask you to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker will be Jing S., followed by Victoria Z. and Halit.
Good evening, City Council. I would like to read for a friend who couldn't be here tonight. 6 years ago, she stood at the dais to accept an award for her leadership as a member of the Hillsdale Effect Club at Hillsdale High School. The students in this club work hard every year to raise money for women in Guatemala to break out of the cycle of poverty. But why should high school students work so hard to raise money for impoverished women in Guatemala? Why are these women so poor in the first place? Well, to fit this in 1 minute, people in Guatemala are so poor in large part because of the intense civil war, which started because of a coup backed by the USA. What you may not know is that a significant collaborator in that coup was the State of Israel. Please agendize a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. We have no right to claim to care about the well-being of people in Guatemala or anywhere else in the world if we refuse to speak up during a mass slaughter of innocent people funded by our tax dollars. We cannot keep pretending nothing is happening. Please agendize a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Victoria Z., followed by Halit Kashani and Sagal Michael. Victoria Z. Okay, Victoria Z is not here. We'll move on to Halit Kashani and Sagal Mikhail.
Hello, my name is Hilit. I'm a concerned American and Israeli citizen. The Israeli and Jewish community have been broken since October 7th. We will start to heal only after our hostages will come home. I have listened to the pain of Palestinian people from the media and speakers in this meeting. I share the sorrow of casualties to this difficult war, but I'm here today to discuss this resolution. If our concern is for the unity of this community, I don't see how a resolution for ceasefires can help to achieve that if I can't even discuss this charged issue freely with the people sitting across the aisle. If our concerns for the people across the world, I don't see how a call for ceasefire without condemning Hamas or declaring Israel's right to exist is anything but empty words, giving a terror organization a chance to rearm and strike again. If peace is the goal, then say peace. I will gladly shake hands with anybody reaching for peace. This is a complicated situation, far from being resolved here by a flat call for resolution. Please use your power to promote inclusivity. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Halit Kashani, followed by Sigal Michael and Bavra David. Okay. Halit Kashani. Oh, apologies. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sigal Mikhail, followed by Bavra David and Rashad Avra.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sigal Michael. I'm a commissioner on the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission, but tonight I'm here as a resident. The war in Gaza is devastating and bringing tremendous grief to so many, but it's not an issue we can solve here in San Mateo. I do know as a commissioner how important inclusivity is for San Mateo and is a priority in all our projects. Such a resolution would not be the case. I urge you to not agendize such a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bavron David. I have Bavron David, followed by Rashid Harman.
Thank you, members. Just 3 weeks from today, the Jewish community here in San Mateo, like Jewish communities around the world, will be celebrating the holiday of Purim. On this holiday, we read the Megillah, the story of the Jews in the ancient Persian Empire who faced a genocidal enemy, just as we face today, from Iran, from Hamas, Hezbollah, and now the Houthis chiming in from Yemen. We appreciate the opportunity to celebrate this holiday here in San Mateo in relative safety, and special shout out to our chief of police. It was the prophets of the Bible who first told us that a time would come when nation would not lift sword against nation. But the events of October 7th, the 1,200 people who were killed, Israelis mostly, but Americans, Thai, and others, including Muslims and Arabs, who were caught in the hands of the Hamas terrorists. Their deaths tell us that that time has not yet come. We pray for it. May it come now. Please do not agendize any resolution.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Rashad Harun, followed by Duna Matar and Ziv Rosen. And if you could please resume lining up against the wall as your name is called. Thank you. Rashad Harun. Okay, moving on, we'll call Duna Matar, followed by Ziv Rosen.
Hello, San Mateo Mayor and City Council members. I stand here before you and wonder how anyone with a beating heart and a moral compass would not stand up here and beg for a ceasefire. That is the bare minimum we can do. I'm a San Mateo business owner and believe in my community that together we can come together for the sake of humanity. This is the most documented genocide in history, a genocide that our tax money is funding, tax money that should be going to our own citizens. Do you know it would take $20 billion to end homelessness in the United States, yet we use that money to kill journalists, healthcare workers, and children? Children. I watched a father amputate his daughter's leg on their kitchen table with a kitchen knife, no anesthesia. I watched a boy my son's age get shot to death holding a white flag seeking safety after they were told to flee. I watched a baby take her last breath as she starved to death. How can we as a community stand by and allow this to take place?
Thank you.
Please, in the name of justice and liberty, ask for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Duna Matar, followed by Ziv Rosen. Oh, thank you. Our next speaker is Ziv Rosen, followed by Scott Abrahamson and Andrew Nimika.
Yes. Council members and Mayor, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm a resident of San Mateo for more than 25 years. I grew up in Israel, in Jerusalem, and when I was growing up, I had quite a few Palestinian friends, also Palestinian people I've worked with, and so I know the Palestinian community in Israel, I think, quite well. I can say, as someone who grew up in Israel and who keeps a very close eye on what is happening, there is no way for us living here halfway across the world really understanding what is happening in Israel and in the Middle East. I ask that you not agendize this ceasefire. It is not right. It will not support the Palestinian cause. And I hear a lot of very difficult words to hear, such as genocide and other terms that are being heard here by the Palestinian community and others as well. It is not the right term, and it is not supporting peace.
Thank you.
and conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Abrahamson, followed by Andrew Nemeka and Sandy Shepler.
My name is Scott Abramson. I've lived here in San Mateo for 35 years. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. A couple things I want to just clarify. Our Palestinian friends talked about all the aid, the U.S. taxpayer money going into Gaza, going into Israel. Well, you know, $700 billion have been sent to Gaza over the last 10 years, a lot of it from Europe, a lot of it from the United States. And what have they done with the money? They've built terror tunnels that launch rockets to kill people. Second thing is, our Palestinian friends talked about a ceasefire, but what they mean is a permanent ceasefire. What's a permanent ceasefire? It will allow Hamas to stay in power. And the Hamas leaders have said if they remain in power, they will repeat what they did on October 7th. And finally, if people care about humanity, please tell Hamas to stop using civilians as human shields.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Nemeka, followed by Sandy Shepler and Justin.
Hello, thank you very much for your time today. My name is Andrew Nemekolo. I have a student in San Mateo Public Schools, and I'm asking you to keep this resolution off the agenda. For the last 3 months, we've seen these agenda items come up in multiple other boardrooms and councils, and has it caused any change? No, it hasn't. But what we have seen is hate, division, all sorts of conflict. And I see the sign, San Mateo stands united against hate. Clearly, even bringing up this topic is working against that. The conflict is painful to see. I hope that we'll see a ceasefire soon. But what's interesting is that when some people say ceasefire, I think we're using the terms in a different way. A permanent ceasefire would be wonderful. I also hear a lot of people talking about permanent ceasefire, and I think in the same breath tomorrow they'll be talking about long-lived intifada and other things. I think it's sort of a dichotomy. A meaningful ceasefire would include the release of the 136 remaining hostages. It would mean accountability for Hamas and the folks who perpetrated the 7th. It would mean that every citizen has access to food and water in Gaza.
Thank you.
Please don't agendize this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sandy Shepler, followed by Justin and Mira Maya.
Hi, my name is Sandy Shepler. I've been a San Mateo resident for 40 plus years. I love the city. I have supported it. It worked side by side with past city manager Larry Patterson and past police chief Susan Mannheimer to help pass Proposition S to help our city infrastructure. I'm saddened and disappointed to see that your time and efforts, which should be used to manage our city, are now used to vote on something that our city has absolutely no control over and will only serve to divide friends and neighbors. I can assure you that neither Israel or Gaza has any interest in what San Mateo has to say. I hate war as much as anybody else. My father was a Holocaust survivor. I understand hate, I understand anti-Semitism, and I understand genocide. Let's all hope and pray that the Middle East can find peace. I urge you to please continue to use your expertise to manage our city, not to get involved in international affairs.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justin, followed by Mira Maya and Jay Cott.
Hello, City Council. Tonight you have heard lie after lie from those against the ceasefire. They have spoken against the ceasefire, saying that it's not within the purview of the city, saying that it won't affect anything at all. And they have spread misinformation about how much money that the Palestinians have received, and have spread misinformation about the people suffering. But let me tell you some truth. 5 days ago, the IDF killed 100 innocent civilians while they were looking for aid, shooting into a crowd. How is that anything but a genocidal act? The United Nations has confirmed that the IDF is using tanks to run over innocent civilians and snipe innocent civilians in the north as they try to reach for aid. How is that anything but genocide? Tonight, those against the ceasefire say that we are dividing the city. The city is already divided. You have to choose your side between those for the genocide and those against. Agendize the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mira Maya, followed by Jay Cott and Wayne Swiner.
Good morning, y'all, or good night, I guess. There are also people who are pro the enslavement of Black people And there was also people who stayed silent, saying it was none of their business. There were also people who were pro the Jewish Holocaust, and there were people who stayed silent, saying, oh, it's not my business. And now there are people who are pro-American funding of the genocide and of Palestinians, and there are people who are saying, oh, I have to keep quiet, it's none of my business. And people who stay silent do nothing but enable their generation's most notorious monsters. There has never been a time in history people haven't incited violence, hate, and death using lies and demeaning those with the power to make a change. This is exactly what the pro-Israelis are doing today by demanding you don't declare a stop to the violence, by standing against you and saying you don't even have the power to agendize a ceasefire resolution. If a ceasefire resolution didn't matter, they wouldn't be in here begging you not to make one. Do not fall for it. Do not encourage the death of thousands upon thousands upon thousands more Palestinian children just because it'll be easier than taking a stand.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jay Cott, followed by Wayne Swiner and Andrew E.
Good evening, Council. Just want you guys to agendize the ceasefire. It's not divisive. I mean, the lovely lady from Russia referred to her Palestinian counterparts as her enemies. Divisiveness is already here. Ceasefire resolution has nothing to do with it. So agendize the ceasefire resolution, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Wayne, followed by Andrew E. and Rena Korb. Wayne Swiner. Moving on to Andrew E., followed by Rena Korb.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Epstein. I am a resident of the city of San Mateo for over 30 years. To be clear, I am opposed to any proposed foreign policy resolution. I remind you that foreign policy is not the purview of this council. Please clearly and directly reject any foreign policy resolution. Please stay focused on your intended job, which is to manage the public services of this city. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Rena Korb, followed by Dylan Harara and Roz Len.
Hi, my name is Rena Korb. Thank you for allowing all of us to speak tonight. My husband and I moved here 16 years ago to buy a home and start our family. We are active members of our community. We are voters. We pay attention to what's going on around us. And I know San Mateo is facing a lot of longstanding challenges that seem pretty difficult to solve. And I'm here to ask the council not to agendize a proposed ceasefire resolution and instead focus on the issues that we have at hand. I would like you to focus on the problems that you were elected to solve, not a situation that is completely outside of your jurisdiction. I know we've all seen a lot of these ceasefire resolutions at this point, and frankly,
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Dylan Hara, followed by Roz Len and Sarit Polvelg. Dylan Hara. Dylan is not here. We'll move on to Roz Len, followed by Sarit Polveg and Edward Luby.
Hi, Council. I'd like to ask you to avoid divisive resolutions that serve no purpose other than to bring tensions and fear into our communities. There's good reasons why one city after another in the Bay Area are rejecting these type of resolutions and requests. This conflict went in front of the International Court of Justice that did not call for a stop in the fighting, yet people here are throwing the term genocide around, twisting the truth and making up their own realities. Cities in the Bay Area probably don't understand this better than the ICJ. War is horrible. No one wants it, especially those of us who lived in that area, who have family in the region, and who've experienced these horrors. But we want peace. We don't want a temporary ceasefire for Hamas to get ready for another round. We want sustainable peace. Jewish students across the Bay Area are being targeted by mobs. Last week in Berkeley, the week before in San Jose State University. Rather than focusing on Gaza, please protect your local students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sarit Polveg, followed by Edward Luby and Kate Kane.
Hello, dear Mayor and Council members. My name is Sarit and I am concerned resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you. I want to oppose the idea of ceasefire resolution. Hamas invaded Israel, it started the war, and Hamas refuses to ceasefire several times. Those kind of resolutions are highly divisive and they break the community apart. We have examples from cities that passed ceasefire resolution and the rate of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia raised up. We are trying to create an inclusive environment where all people can feel belong. To do so, we need focus on our people, our community. I'm asking you kindly, please do not add the ceasefire resolution to the agenda. Thank you. And by the way, those women that give birth under rocket, that's me.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Edward, followed by Kate Kane and Sophia Khalifa.
Good evening. My name's Edward Luby. I'm a resident of San Mateo, and I ask you not to place this on the agenda. I'm a Middle Eastern archaeologist, and as someone who has lived and worked in the region for some time and studied history, it's very complex and multi-layered. Placing this on the agenda is beyond the scope of what should be taking place in San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kate Kane, followed by Sophia Khalifa and Alec Budman.
Hello, good evening. Hello, Mayor Nash and City Council members. I'm shaking. I do not like public speaking, but yeah, my name is Caitlin. I was born and raised in San Mateo. I'm a proud member of Hillsdale class of 2007, where I studied the Holocaust and it really informed just how I look at the world. It informed my interest in social justice and serving the Bay Area. I've served the Bay Area for the past 15 years and will continue to do so. I'm horrified by what I have seen in the last 5 months in Gaza. My heart is broken countless times over the images of children, men and women in Gaza being slaughtered or maimed or starved or left orphaned by the state of Israel. Entire family lineages gone, and tens of thousands of Palestinians killed. I urge the council to put a call for a ceasefire on the next agenda. San Mateo should stand on the right side of history. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sophia Khalifa, followed by Alec Budman and Desiree Guan.
As an Arab Muslim from Israel, there is nothing that I want more to see peace in the region and for this horrible war to end. But I think we have to be clear on the actual situation and not just hold to false hopes. We had a ceasefire on October 6th before Hamas terrorists in thousands infiltrated Israel to torture, rape, and slaughter Israelis, including Muslim Arabs, abducting 240 Israelis, including Muslim Arabs. As indicated just today by the Vice President Harris, we could have ended this war tomorrow if Hamas released over 100 hostages, including American citizens, and surrender. Israel, like any country, cannot accept living next to a Hamas-ISIS state that vows to kill every single citizen in the country. No other country would accept that. Israel is fighting this fight against Hamas and has to win it, for all of us to live in safety wherever we are. And you see people all over the world protesting against Israel, but you don't see Arab Israelis.
Thank you.
Because we know the truth.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alec Budman, followed by Desiree Guan and Ben Parmas.
Good evening. My name is Alec Budman. I'm a refugee from the Soviet Union escaping anti-Semitism. I lived and worked in Bay Area for over 40 years. I never have distinguished like people by race or nationality, etc. Had friends, all kinds of different friends. I've never experienced anti-Semitism for all these 40 years in Bay Area. My kids never had anti-Semitic actions against them for all these years, and they're already 45 years old and more. And last week, my granddaughter came, 6 years old. She came to me crying, and I asked from school, I asked, what are you doing? Why? And she said, my friend's mother said she doesn't like Jews, so she said, a friend not to be a friend with her anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Desiree. Desiree, followed by Ben Parmas and Liat.
Hello, good evening. As an American and a native Californian, I've been in the San Mateo region for the last 6 years. I had the full force experience of the Middle Eastern horrors. Before I experienced it, I could not have comprehended the illogical, inhumane, and evil acts that took place, and I wish it upon no one. My dad called me that day, and he witnessed all of the videos that were posted as they were posted. The women being raped, the beheadings, the burnings. He watched them as they were posted and while I was there. And little did he know I was supposed to be at that festival. Just to sum it up, the journal entry I put was, last night I didn't sleep well. My nightmare was vivid. I won't explain it. The experience was real, not for me, but for others. I just relived it in my sleep. The ceasefire will help no one. Hamas is the evil that needs to be stopped.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ben, followed by Liat and Sumaya Asfour.
Hi, Council. Ben, Moss Beach, San Mateo County. Do not place ceasefire on the agenda. I'm a third generation of Holocaust survivors. I was in Israel and was supposed to be at the Nova Music Festival for Peace and Love in southern Israel in Reim on October 7th. They were attacked by Hamas and other terrorist groups in Gaza. Friends of mine were brutally murdered, abused, mutilated, raped, and burned alive only because they are Jews. The massacre on October 7th was recorded in videos proudly displayed by Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and other terror groups dedicated to the murder of Jews all over the world, while the Cossacks and the Nazis went to great lengths to hide their evil crimes. These soulless terrorists share theirs with pride. We still have hostages in Gaza. They didn't got any medical attention from the Red Cross, while Israel is taking care of Palestinians in Israeli hospitals with great care. Hamas is the only one who's responsible for the suffering and the killing of Palestinians in Gaza. There is no genocide in Gaza, and even using that term is hurting me as a Jew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Liat, followed by Sumaya Asfour and Babal Zaro.
My name is Liat Dremer, and I've lived in the Bay Area for the last 8 years. Thank you for not considering a ceasefire resolution. The war in Israel impacted many Jewish people in our community. We are still praying for the hostages to come back home and for the war to be over. If we are speaking against anything, that should be against Hamas. It's impossible to be here and understand that people cherish killing Jews and just thinking that you can hide it in. Too hard for me to speak, sorry. Just thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Samaya Asfour, followed by Babul Zaro and Beznan Zaro.
My name is Sumaya. I am a 17-year-old Palestinian senior in high school living in San Mateo for 9 years and San Mateo County for my whole life. I can't go one day without thinking about my own people being killed. Our family and friends are being killed, yet if they aren't related to you in any way, you don't seem to care. I am here today to call for a ceasefire. None of the civilians in Gaza deserve the constant bombing, drones sounding, buzzing constantly in their ears, pain in their stomachs due to being starved, and constant anxiety about the war conditions. If you don't want to be complicit in the Palestinian genocide and reject war crimes, then I urge you to reject anything made by racist calls for increasing violence, warfare, and genocide. They continue to undermine the increasing and overwhelmingly popular demand for permanent ceasefire, continue the dangerous and violent dehumanization of Palestinian people, and further normalize the genocide of our brothers and sisters in Palestine. Agendize and prioritize the ceasefire resolution.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Babal Zaro, followed by, thank you, Bazan Zaro, and our final speaker in chamber will be Delaney Wan.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Batul, and I'm a Palestinian American living in District 2. Since it's Women's History Month, I thought I would talk about the women in Gaza. The women in Gaza who don't have feminine hygiene products, so they're using tent scraps. The women in Gaza who are having C-sections without anesthesia. These women are dying of infections. In addition to that, already 9,000 women have been killed. The violence there that's been enabled by our tax dollars affects many San Mateo community members, including my family. Palestine is a feminist issue and it's a local issue. I'm disappointed that our Congress representatives and our senators have been turning a blind eye. And I'm disappointed that for over 5 months, this council hasn't passed a resolution like the city of San Francisco, Oakland, and Richmond. You are local leaders, so lead. As an Arab woman, I don't have the privilege and luxury to be silent about issues happening abroad. You know what's divisive or what was divisive? Black rights, Native rights.
Thank you.
Pass a ceasefire resolution.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Bazanzaro, followed by Delaney Wan.
Good evening. My name is Bisan. I'm a District 2 resident, and I'm here to urge you to agendize a ceasefire resolution for the ongoing genocide happening in Gaza. It is nothing other than a genocide. As a Palestinian American, I cannot stand by while civilians, innocent civilians, are being murdered and starved. I've spent the last 5 months calling all of my reps, every single one of them, every day, asking them to do something. So here I am, asking you all to do something. I understand you're tired. I understand the tension in this room. I understand that. We've all come after working an 8-hour, 10-hour, 12-hour shift. We're here to ask for something that is very important, not just to us, but to our family abroad. We have to make changes here. It starts local. Nothing is going to change up top until the people, our community, makes some changes locally. Thank you.
Thank you. And as was announced earlier, our last speaker in chambers will be Delaney Wan.
Good evening. My name is Delaney and I work in San Mateo County. I'm calling on the San Mateo City Council to agendize the ceasefire resolution. I see that at this point of this crisis, that is imperative for those in power to speak out against the genocide in Gaza to keep our communities here safe. We must be able to count on those in power to say that killing people is wrong, that killing children is wrong, starving people is wrong, and bombing hospitals is wrong. Agendizing the ceasefire resolution is a tangible step you can take to show your community that you care for them, their families, and the lives here and abroad. The community at large across many cultural and spiritual communities in San Mateo is calling on you to look into your humanity and do something in your role as leaders. We again call on the San Mateo City Council to agendize a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to our remote environment, we will be calling remote speakers, and as was announced earlier in the meeting, Cesar Shea Rodriguez will be our last public commenter from Zoom. Our next speaker will be Amir Prezant. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Amir.
My name is Prezant. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a Foster City resident with a strong connection to San Mateo through our shared school system, close friends, Chabad house, and more. I'm here to ask this council to oppose introductions of any resolution that is not relevant to the city, especially ones concerning an ongoing, too complex foreign conflicts. The ongoing tragedy and devastation since October 7 have left many heartbroken with personal connections to the suffering, as we can hear here today. There is nothing I want more than for this war to end. However, a ceasefire resolution won't bring an end to the war or promote peace. It would only leave many of us feeling isolated and afraid. Let's focus on bringing our community together rather than apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Nasir. Nasir, please unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Nasir and I'm an educator in the community. I'm here before you all today to urge you to agendize a ceasefire resolution. The genocide in Gaza has been ongoing for over 4 months now, and before anyone says it's not a genocide, countless Holocaust scholars and academics have called it a genocide in December. Since October, nearly 40,000 Palestinians have been brutally murdered by the state of Israel. For comparison, San Mateo has 100,000 people, so imagine half the population of San Mateo being killed by an occupying force. For the city council members that have children, parents, or a significant other, imagine them being buried under the rubble, or imagine only finding their remains or their hands literally dismembered from their bodies, because that is the reality of what is happening in Gaza. No ceasefire resolution can bring back the 40,000 lives that have been killed, but it can be a sign of San Mateo's commitment against genocide, against injustice, and against crimes against humanity, especially since the USA, with its
Thank
tax
you.
dollars, is complicit in this genocide.
Thank
That is
you.
why I'm asking you as a member of the community to do the right thing and put forward a ceasefire
Thank you.
resolution.
Thank you, Nasir. Your time is up. Our next speaker will be Ravid. Ravid, please unmute your mic. Ravid, please unmute your mic.
Yes, hello. I'm a voter and a member of the Jewish community who has lived in Foster City right next to San Mateo, where I visit often. I'm here to ask you to not consider a resolution related to the Israel-Hamas war and to not divide our community with any local city council resolution related to a ceasefire in an international conflict. War is a terrible thing that nobody wishes for in their lifetime. However, not only are international affairs resolutions outside the scope of local city issues, but these resolutions, so often one-sided and biased, are fundamentally divisive and discriminatory in nature. As the whole country witnessed in Oakland and San Francisco and Richmond, the considerations of these divisive resolutions are plagued by hateful anti-Semitic jeering and horrific rhetoric, including either explicit support or denial of the October 7 Hamas atrocities. These hateful public comments cause the Jewish communities to
Thank
feel
you.
unsafe in those cities, and for good reason.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Val. Val, please unmute your mic.
You can tell me what that said.
Val, please
Hi,
unmute your mic.
hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh yes, hi. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking my call. Please do not believe in lies about genocide or occupation. Occupation. Pro-Hamas supporters are using Jewish pain to serve their political agenda. Israel has no choice. They have to defend themselves. They cannot live next to terroristic organization. The ceasefire proposed is not a peace resolution. What ceasefire are we discussing? Hamas broke ceasefire on October 7 and denied the conversations about ceasefire in November, December, January, and just last week in February. The ceasefire resolution promotes hate and division. Just last week, a Jewish dentist was killed
Thank you.
by a radical Islamist.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker will be Olga. Olga, please unmute your mic.
There is much to say about the war between Israel and Hamas, a war that Hamas started, but this meeting is not the place to say any of these things. The City Council's role is to focus on local issues such as education and public safety, not comment on international issues. The Jewish communities in San Mateo is already facing an unprecedented rise in anti-Semitism. Unless you are prepared to adopt resolutions on every international conflict, including between Iran and Saudi Arabia, Kashmir crisis between India and Pakistan, conflict between the Democratic Republic of Congo's army and the Tutsi rebels, Ukraine and Russia, or comment on the Sudan humanitarian crisis, then a foreign relations statement that specifically targets the one Jewish state naturally comes off carrying a message that you may not intend. There are loud voices on both sides of this issues, but do not follow the temptation to involve a local city council into matters outside of its scope. I strongly urge you not to position the City Council on either side of a foreign relations issue. Please decline to introduce or vote on any resolutions regarding the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Hibbs. Hibbs, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, Council. I'm a Palestinian American Muslim woman, and I have lived here for my entire life. I come from a multi-generational working-class Palestinian family. I'm asking you to agendize a ceasefire resolution to end the genocide in Gaza and let humanitarian aid through. This is merely a symbolic gesture that you value human life, the lives of your constituents. You just had a community member tell you that he lost over 100 members of his family in Gaza. 100 family members. I'm not here to educate you on the 75-year-long illegal military occupation of my country or how people in Gaza were being sniped by the IDF during peaceful protests by the border in 2018. I'm not here asking you to liberate my people and our lands. I'm not here asking you to take some crazy-ass radical standpoint on what's going on. We are here asking you to stand against genocide. I don't need to be here trying to convince you of my political beliefs. Your community wants to know that you believe our lives matter and that you hear us, that you are here to mourn with us. Please agendize the resolution. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ashley. Ashley, please unmute your mic.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Ashley. I'm a resident, a homeowner of San Mateo from District 2 for over 10 years. My children are going to San Mateo public schools. We use the parks. We go to recreation classes. We love B Street. This is our city, and we chose to live here. I ask you to please vote no to agendize the ceasefire resolution. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Make no mistake. We should stay away from foreign politics. And the truth is we can discuss the ceasefire without it being political, which is why you should not support ceasefire agenda item. All life matters. The life of Kfir, the baby who was kidnapped at 10 months old, matters. Adopting a ceasefire means you are excluding a large part of our beloved San Mateo community. I love San Mateo because of the great diverse community, the wonderful people, and the care and togetherness. Ceasefire will destroy all of this. I urge all of us to be activists and fight for what we feel is right in the right channels. San Mateo Council is not one of them.
Thank you.
San Mateo doesn't have foreign affairs strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Our next speaker will be Noble. Noble, please unmute your mic. Noble, please unmute your mic. Moving on, we will take Amber. Amber, please unmute your mic.
Hello, my name is Amber Abugarbia, and I'm a current San Mateo County intern counselor. I'm here to urge you to agendize the ceasefire resolution. I'd like to take a moment to share with you that your students want a ceasefire. Week in and week out, I watch my students endure agony. These are students that have less light in their eyes after months of ongoing genocide continue. I'm going to use this time to share what my students have told me. Tell them we exist and we want everyone in Gaza to stop dying. Why aren't we learning about how they're killing Palestinians in school? This week I learned about Israel, but Palestine didn't come up. I miss everything about Gaza. I left everything behind, my house, my cat, my family. I want to go back home. I want to be with my loved ones, no matter what that means. Every week I call my family in Gaza to make sure they are alive, and then I wait another week not knowing if they've been murdered. What do you want me to say to my students? How can I heal their pain? How can I look them in the face when I'm within a system that isn't valuing their lives? Agendize a ceasefire resolution, see our students' pain, and stand with them.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Israel Shai. Please unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hello, everybody. Absolutely no ceasefire resolution should be put on the agenda in our city. The same people proposing the ceasefire resolution chant outside globalized intifada, which is the exact opposite of ceasefire. It calls for genocide of Israelis and Jews worldwide. And the same people during this very meeting were spewing anti-Semitic slurs in the audience. How outrageous. This Middle East issue is not for the city council to deliberate on. This is a foreign policy and shouldn't be discussed in San Mateo. Propose resolutions instead to address the anti-Semitism that we have just witnessed in the chambers today. Educate our youth and adults about what genocide actually means. Clearly, half of the room doesn't know it. It is what Hamas attempted to do on October 7th, and based on their words, they will do it again and again. Propose resolutions to educate our kids about history and not the revision of history that I have heard too many times tonight, and shame on the teachers who clearly don't even know the history themselves.
Thank you.
Do not agendize this resolution.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Cesar Shea Rodriguez. Cesar, please unmute your mic.
I want a world where all people, regardless of faith, can live peaceful, long lives with dignity. So I insist you agendize a resolution for a permanent bilateral ceasefire. Israel's killed 14,000 innocent children in Gaza in the past 5 months. The death toll exceeds the entire enrolled student population of the San Mateo Foster City School District. With the recent decision by the ICJ, there's a growing academic and legal consensus that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza with the support of our federal government. This must end, and our local governments must do their part by passing resolutions that call for a permanent bilateral ceasefire. I have Palestinian friends, coworkers, and students who have been living considerable anxiety for the past 5 months. This is a local issue. calling for a powerful, well-funded military nation state to stop killing a largely refugee civilian population, half of which are children, is not divisive. Rather, this is the principled action of mature, sober persons who value the sanctity of life.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Mayor, thus concludes public comment.
Thank you, and I thank you to everybody who spoke in person and online tonight during public comment. At this time, we're going to close public comment and we're going to take a 5-minute break.
It is cold in here.
This is what takes a council, not just a village. We're about ready to start the meeting. You're welcome to stay, but please sit down and be quiet if you choose to stay. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, the general plan amendment to adopt Strive San Mateo General Plan 2040. And it will be led by Zach Dahl, our interim community development director, and Joanna Jensen from Playworks. Thank you very much.
All right, our presentation is up and ready to go. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Zach Dahl, Interim Community Development Director, and I'm here to present the General Plan 2040 Public Adoption Hearing number 1. And I'm also joined by Joanna Jansen, Principal with Placeworks, the lead consultant for the General Plan Update effort. So for tonight's agenda, we're going to go ahead and provide you with an overview of the final version of General Plan 2040, then be available for any clarifying questions, and that includes us. And we also have our technical team available on Zoom to support the Q&A as well. Then receive public comments, and then move into council discussion and direction on the final version of General Plan 2040. As always, I want to take a moment as we start to acknowledge the team behind the effort that has really got us where we are here tonight. This starts with our core team from planning, community development, and public works staff, the citywide technical advisory committee from all city departments, and then our consultant team, which is led by Placeworks. And so overall, what we want to do is provide you with a presentation that shows off the final version of General Plan 2040 that has been built on these years of outreach and engagement and council direction up to this point. And this includes also a technical update to the city's climate action plan and the final environmental impact report. And then receiving public comments on these documents, and then moving into council discussion and direction on any remaining updates or revisions that may be necessary. Starting with a project overview, we start with our general plan vision statement. This vision and values is really kind of the foundation for which the general plan has been built, and it was developed at the onset of the process with extensive community engagement and input. Also, looking at the milestones we've achieved to get us here today, starting with the creation of the vision statement back in 2018, moving on and really identifying how the general plan was going to focus on growth and change in the community. And that really led to the concept of study areas and then ultimately the creation of 10 study areas. Once those study areas were defined, we moved on to creating a range of land use alternatives along with circulation alternatives that the community could consider as to how best to meet needs for both housing at the local level and then statewide requirements as well. And then this led to the 3 draft land use alternatives, A, B, and C, that really kind of focused on a lower, a moderate, and then a higher growth alternatives for that community discussion. And then that led through extensive community outreach and engagement to the selection of a preferred land use and circulation scenario in the beginning of 2022. From there, we moved on to preparing draft goals, policies, and actions for the full general plan in the second half of 22, and then publication of the draft general plan, which brought it all together this past July. And then in the summer and fall of 23, another round of extensive community engagement, and then ultimately getting input on the draft general plan that then brought us to where we are today with our final version. And so here we are, meeting number 1 of 2, at the end of which we will have a general plan that is ready for your consideration for adoption. And that also includes the final environmental impact report. This was a much larger schedule, and it has zoomed in quite a bit as we get toward the end of the process here. I also want to highlight the extensive suite of resources that are available at strivesanmateo.org. This is really a catalog of everything that we've done from inception to now, including a range of resources, tools to help people understand the general plan and to really understand everything that went into it along the way. And then also really acknowledging that community outreach and engagement was a cornerstone of this process and something we really focused on at every step of the way. And I think you can see the fruits of that in every piece that is the general plan. It's been informed by community engagement and input from the very start. And you can see that from the 80+ events we've held since this process started, 7 online activities, and over 35 public meetings as we've moved through these steps. And so at this point, to provide an overview of the final version of Strive San Mateo's General Plan 2040, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Joanna.
Great. Thank you so much, Zach. As Zach said, I'm Joanna Jansen with PlaceWorks, the lead consultant to the city on the general plan update. The general plan is made up of the elements that you see here on the screen. They really focus on the physical development of the city, including things like land use and circulation, how we get around, the design of the city, open space and parks, public services and facilities, safety and noise. There's other very important components of the general plan before and after those elements that help users orient themselves to the document. And then, of course, that will guide the implementation of the document after the council adopts it. Throughout the general plan, you see 3 themes that we heard were very important to the council and to the community of sustainability, environmental justice, and community engagement. And throughout the document, each one of those is identified with the icons you see on this slide to help readers find where those important themes are most clearly expressed. Another very important component of the general plan that we've talked about a lot throughout this process is the general plan land use map. The designations on this map identify where different types of land uses are allowed and not allowed. And we've tried to create designations that are broad enough to offer some flexibility for the city and for property owners, but also clear enough to provide to know for the community what to expect and to be able to judge whether or not the general plan is really achieving its vision. That general plan land use map is based on the 10 study areas that Zach mentioned that were the building blocks of the land use alternatives process that we went through with the community. And these are really the areas in red on the map that you see on the right that have the greatest potential to experience change and to accommodate change over the next 20 years, which is the lifetime of the general plan, because they are already near transit and services and places where jobs are located, or because they have a high amount of vacant or aging buildings, or in some cases are areas where property owners have expressed interest in considering change. Outside of these areas, little change is foreseen under the general plan in terms of land use. Zach talked to you a little bit about the process overall. So just for the past few months of the publication and public review period, we did publish the draft general plan last July, as he mentioned, and that was followed by an EIR, or environmental impact report, on the general plan, published in August and available for public comment through September. We then had intensive community engagement last summer and fall, and culminated in a meeting of the general plan subcommittee, 2 meetings of the planning commission, and 4 meetings of the city council in summer and fall last year. All of our public comments from this round of public review and from even up until today are posted on the general plan website at strivesanmateo.org. We have really been listening carefully to the council and the community about updates and revisions, and the council direction that you've given us at your meetings in October and November. The general plan that you're considering tonight reflects those revisions and your direction, including on changes to consolidate and enhance support for senior issues and the aging population in San Mateo. That was a important piece of input that came to us from the community that we were happy to be able to respond to. Issues of mitigating outdoor air quality in residential areas close to pollutant sources, especially as we look at potentially adding housing near roadways. strengthening flooding and sea level rise policies and actions, studying the feasibility of new restrooms in city parks, conducting a comprehensive park accessibility analysis, and really making sure that the circulation element highlights safety as a cornerstone underlying all of the different aspects of that element. If you want to look at attachment 4 of the agenda report, that lists it specifically line by line all of the updates and revisions that have been made since this document was last published in July. There have also been some land use map changes, again, following council direction, including removing the residential high 2 and mixed use high 2 designations, reducing the height limits and intensities in the office designations, reducing the heights and density limits along some of the study area edges to make sure that we're very careful and thoughtful about the transition between high density and low density areas. And then we have 6 parcel-specific recommended land use changes that were sparked by property owner requests and ideas that we think we can make to better align with existing land uses. And all of the land use map changes are shown in attachment 5 to your agenda report. So as we've gone through that process of making some of those land use map refinements and responding to council direction, we did want to reconsider the potential for different types of development capacity that would be generated by the revised general plan. And so this slide compares the draft general plan as it was evaluated in the EIR last summer and the final general plan that's before you tonight, to consider the capacity for potential new housing units and then the related population, as well as future jobs. And you can see that difference on the slide with the headline for me that the final general plan 2040 really creates the capacity for 19,760 new housing units within San Mateo. There is also another important piece of the project that we want to make sure we're covering, and that is a technical update to the Climate Action Plan. The Climate Action Plan is the city's comprehensive strategy to reduce greenhouse gas or GHG emissions, and it's an important implementation program of your existing 2030 general plan. This version was updated most recently in 2020, and it meets all of the requirements to serve as a CEQA qualified GHG reduction strategy, and that's a very important tool for the city to have. And it's something important for property owners and applicants to be consistent with in San Mateo. So we want to make sure that the cap remains valid, and an important way to do that is making sure that it stays in alignment with the updated general plan and with new state laws and best practices. As you know, this is a very important priority for the state of California, and so we do have new laws, new targets, new state policies being released even in the past few years, including a new state target of being carbon neutral by 2045. That new state target was not reflected in the 2020 cap. So we're taking this opportunity to both reflect the new state target as well as reflect the build out of General Plan 2040 with some just very targeted updates to the Climate Action Plan to make sure that it remains a qualified GHG reduction strategy. There were no changes to the strategies in the Climate Action Plan or the substantive content of the Climate Action Plan. The Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission reviewed the CAP technical update last summer and has recommended approval to the council. Finally, an important piece of the puzzle in being able to adopt the general plan is to conduct environmental review as required by state law, CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act, looking at all of the potential physical environmental impacts that might come from adoption of the general plan, mitigating those to the highest extent feasible. This is an informational law and requires us to go through a very deliberate process of public disclosure about the potential environmental impacts and have a number of opportunities for public input into the EIR and the project itself. The comment period on the draft EIR was August 11th to September 25th. We then responded to all of the comments received on the EIR and published a final EIR this January. The Planning Commission considered that EIR at their January hearing, and that is part of what is before you tonight to certify the final EIR as part of the process to approve the project and adopt the general plan. So the EIR looks at General Plan 2040, its land use map, its projected build out, the implications of its goals, policies, and actions. It also covers the climate action plan updates, which are required to be covered by CEQA. The EIR looks at the topics that are listed on this slide for everything that you see as an asterisk next to. Those are impacts that were found to be less than significant because the general plan or other state and federal regulations avoid or reduce the impact. For the topics that you see here in bold, there were significant impacts, and that includes air quality, noise, wildfire, and then the associated cumulative impacts in those topic areas. I mentioned that we prepared a final EIR that responded to public comments and added some new information that became available after the draft EIR was published, including the status of the Baywoods and the Yoshiko Yamanouchi House historic designation requests. And the other updates that you see here described on this slide included updated references to the goals and policies of the general plan and updated figures. None of these additions are really what we call under CEQA significant new information. None of this new information required a new finding about a new impact or a change to a mitigation measure, and therefore there was no need to recirculate the draft EIR. Because the EIR did identify that the general plan could potentially have some significant impacts to the physical environment, we need to consider a statement of overriding considerations. This is a tool under CEQA that acknowledges that sometimes, even though a project might have an impact on the physical environment, there are other good reasons why it should go forward. And so we have done this statement in your packet identifies how the benefits of the general plan would outweigh its potential impacts on the physical environment. So the general plan does support local businesses and services. It provides the city with a legally adequate general plan, it supports multimodal transportation. It will help to direct city investments in public improvements to equity priority communities in San Mateo. Improving protection for open spaces and natural habitats, prioritizing the development of a climate change adaptation plan, and establishing clear actions to protect the community from flooding, wildfires, and earthquakes, and plan ahead for disaster recovery. So taken as a whole, we believe that these benefits of adopting the general plan do outweigh the potential impacts to the physical environment that could occur. And I should also say that the EIR really looks at the general plan at a programmatic level. The general plan in many, many cases establishes policies and actions that are intended very directly to protect the environment. But until we have individual projects that are considered and we can see how those policies are applied, it would be under CEQA terms really speculative to say that no impact could occur. So in many cases, we have taken a more conservative approach to identifying a potential impact. But we have very deliberately tried to create a general plan that would help to minimize impacts as it is implemented. And then finally, another piece of analysis that's not required by state law, but that the city undertook in response to questions about the potential fiscal performance of the general plan and how development under the general plan would impact the city's budget. We did do a fiscal analysis of General Plan 2040 based on the current General Plan land use map and the associated potential build out. Looking at that build out, the fiscal analysis found that development under General Plan 2040 would generate general fund revenues of $15.8 million in 2024 dollars if all of this build out was to, or when all this build out occurs in the future. So that is, just to be clear, fiscally positive for the city. And then the general plan also supports economic development policy objectives like focusing development along El Camino Real and near transit, and the fiscal analysis found that those policy proposals do seem to be feasible. So that segues into implementing the general plan, and I'm going to hand it back over to Zach.
Thank you, Joanna. So what's important, we're now at the precipice of adoption. What comes next? And so really moving forward, this is where the rubber hits the road. How do we then over the next 2 decades implement the general plan? And so an important tool to help us get there and stay on track is an implementation plan. This is something that we have a draft version of now. Once we have a final adopted general plan, we'll proceed with finalizing this and then bring it back forward to council to kind of roll it out in the coming months afterwards. But really what this does is it takes the general plan, focusing on the actions, and there's more than 450 in this general plan, and starts to put some metrics around them in terms of prioritization. Obviously, these all can't be done in year one, but we want to look at which agency or department will take the lead on implementation of a specific action, what kind of resources from a staff and monetary perspective would be required, and how long is this something that can be done quick? Is it going to take years? And so it establishes some basic metrics to understand what it would take to achieve each action. And so examples are preparation of an adaptation plan, moving forward and establishing and maintaining a historic resources inventory, or something ongoing like coordination with Caltrans and Samtrans on transit improvements. And so really, this will be the framework that will then help us as we move forward, begin to prioritize and implement these. They can come in the form of informing budget requests and be reflected in our annual budget. It can also be something that guides prioritization each year when council sets priorities for the upcoming year. And so we really see the implementation plan as being key to ensuring that we make progress on all of these great ideas that are in the general plan as we move forward. And the other piece that we want to touch on that's been a key discussion point throughout the entire process is Measure Y, which is the city's growth limits that sets limits on building heights and densities. Most recently, it was adopted by the voters in November of 2020. And this is something that was part of the community conversation in 19 and 20 that led to the creation of the study areas, and is something that we will need to, that is addressed in the general plan with heights and densities within the 10 study areas that go beyond those limits. And that's been part of the discussion as we've identified community housing needs and meeting state requirements for housing in this and future housing cycles. And so we do want to note any heights and densities that go beyond Measure Y would require a vote of the people before they could go into effect. Within the 10 study areas, we do have 2 land use designations that go beyond those Measure Y limits. That is our medium 2 intensity, which allows up to 6 stories and up to 99 units per acre of density. And then our high designation, which allows up to 8 stories and 130 units per acre in density. Right now, the Measure Y limit is set at 5 stories and 50 units of density. Approximately, there are areas where in some cases it can go higher. But you can see in this map, these higher intensities are limited to the 10 study areas, and short of existing conditions outside of these study areas, the rest of the community does have heights and densities that would be within those Measure Y limits. Because general plan adoption will take place ahead of any ballot initiative that would be considered by the voters, we do include a land use policy, this is LU 1.9, which specifies the relationship between the general plan and Measure Y. And really what it highlights is because the majority of the general plan does not conflict with Measure Y, it could proceed with implementation after adoption. But for those portions that do conflict with Measure Y, the deference would be given to Measure Y until such time that it's either amended by the voters or it sunsets in 2030. So in terms of next steps, right now, we're here at adoption and then proceeding with adoption. We do have that land use policy that focuses on how these, the Measure Y and the general plan can stay in alignment. Following this action, we would work with council on looking at potential ballot initiative language to fully implement the general plan. And then the target would be that this initiative is placed on the November 24 ballot. So as part of this adoption process, we did bring the general plan to the Planning Commission. This was a public hearing that following publication of the final version of the general plan mid-January, we held a public hearing before the Planning Commission on January 30th, at which point we presented both the final version and the final EIR, received public comment and input. Following that discussion, the Planning Commission did vote unanimously to recommend approval or certification of the General Plan's Environmental Impact Report and adoption of General Plan 2040. As part of that recommendation, they did identify 4 revisions that they would recommend get incorporated into the General Plan. The first of which was removing the definition of story, which references 11 feet on average per story. And really the goal there is allow for specific height limits in feet to be defined by the zoning ordinance, and that would be based on the story ranges established in the general plan. The second recommendation or revision was to clarify that the density range in the land use element sets the maximum but not minimums. And staff fully supports this recommendation because it's always been the intent that the density ranges set the ceiling that would be allowed in each designation. But there's a different discussion if we wanted to set minimums. And so we don't want to necessarily go there. There are other initiatives where we're looking at targeted areas where minimums may be appropriate. But as part of the general plan, the practice and what we've been working toward is these ranges are kind of the ceiling for each designation. There are also 2 land use map modifications that were recommended. The first, at the property owner's request, to reduce the designation for the Bayshore Corporate Commons site over on Amplet Boulevard from a mixed-use high down to a mixed-use medium 1. And then the second one is to change the land use designations on the office sites over on Borel between Shafter and Beauvais from office medium to office high. And this is really recognizing the existing condition where you have multiple buildings that are 5 to 7 stories in height. And so we identified office high as best aligning with the height range that exists out there. So this isn't necessarily for new development, but recognizing the existing conditions. So this was the recommendation from the Planning Commission. And so now here we are this evening. We also want to acknowledge all of the public comments that have come in since the general plan was published, and many of which were coming in over the last few days. As of about 2 p.m. today, we are at 21. I know that number is probably closer to 30 at this point, and maybe even growing. Through 5 o'clock, all of those have been posted on Strive, so they're there. We were working hard to get them up as quick as they came in. But you can see kind of the full range of comments that have come in, whether it's comments and concerns about the amount of new development that's proposed. Some more focused on keeping downtown clean and attracting new businesses. We've got some property owner specific requests, like from the Hillsdale Mall tied to the story definition. We have a comment letter from the Housing Leadership Council, Sierra Club, Heritage Alliance, making various comments or requests. We have a variety of comments related to the historic preservation policies. And so we're happy to go into any of these in more detail. And we do have a couple of response slides that speak to some of these comments that were raised. First, noting kind of the suite of historic policies, we wanted to highlight these 3. These have been the subject of discussion at multiple council meetings and were developed based on the direction provided by council. So these are based on what council direction was provided most recently this past fall. We also wanted to note there were some comments related to the EIR's evaluation of historic resources. And so, as Joanna mentioned earlier, this is a programmatic document that looks citywide. This isn't looking at a specific project, and it is consistent with state law and many of the policies in the general plan mitigate potential impacts that could happen to properties, including to historic resources. And since the specific impacts related to air quality, noise, and transportation were called out as being impacts that weren't evaluated related to historic resources, we did want to acknowledge they have been evaluated. And these are impacts that we would look at on every property, and there isn't necessarily a carve-out specific for historic properties. And so based on that analysis with the associated policies in the general plan, we didn't see there being any new information that would identify impacts that were not already evaluated. And we do want to note, this is a programmatic level document. So as specific projects come forward, for certain areas, they will be able to tier off of the general plan's EIR, but we would still be looking at those kind of site-specific impacts at that point, where maybe you could look at its impact if there was a proper historic property in the vicinity. But at the programmatic level, we did not see anything new that came up that identified areas that had not been sufficiently evaluated in the EIR. Also, just noting the roadway classification map that's in the general plan, we have had various comments on this and concerns that there were streets that were identified as arterials when maybe they shouldn't be. We do want to note we've got a couple of specific actions that both look at these streets and look at, we want to acknowledge this is not a map generated by the city. This is a map prepared by Caltrans and the Federal Department of Transportation. And we do have to acknowledge it in order to make sure we're eligible for various state funding related to roadway improvements and maintenance. But we have identified a specific action where, based on data that we're able to collect and as part of our complete streets process, we could submit to Caltrans and the Federal Highway Administration to update this to align with the data that we find. But we need that information first. But we are hearing that concern and have added these actions specific to that. Also, just wanted to highlight the land use map request. This is in your packet because we did identify those 6 land use map requests. This is from the property owner of the office site over on Amplet. We also did want to acknowledge, and this is recently developing, actually the adjacent property that's occupied by the Marriott, as we've received recent news that that hotel will be closing, and we don't necessarily know what the future holds. We wanted to identify our policies related to lodging and hotel uses. This is an important use both for the city being a full service economy, but also an important revenue source for the city with a transient occupancy tax that is generated from these uses. We also want to note that the regional commercial land use designation there does allow for residential development. It has a density of up to 50 units an acre associated with it. So there isn't necessarily anything that needs to be done immediately, but it even as regional commercial, it does allow for a range of future uses depending on what that property owner might want to do. And then one other cleanup, we did want to provide some clarification here for 2 sites. The first one was 55 West 5th. Our recommendation in the packet was to go from residential medium 1 to medium 2 because we have an existing taller building there. But as we looked at it further, this building is 16 stories. And so to be most aligned with this existing height, we would actually recommend that it would be redesignated to residential high to align with the height and density of that existing building. The other one, and this was originally discussed at Planning Commission, was this group of properties over on Borel. In the packet that with the agenda report, we had identified that grouping closest to Beauvais, but we have heard from that property owner, and there are multiple buildings as you go west. And so we would recommend that that whole block is what gets redesignated from office medium to office high. And so here we are at meeting number 1 of consideration of adoption of the Strive San Mateo General Plan 2040. And so I really just wanted to kind of bring it back and note everything that we've presented here as really the summation of 7 years of effort by the community, of staff, of our consultant team. And so now we're ready to have support a robust discussion. Ultimately, after public comments, we're interested to hear council's input on any final revisions or updates, and specifically the council's position on the Planning Commission and staff recommendations. And we do have our general plan technical consultants available for historic, transportation, traffic, noise, air quality, and economic. They're available on Zoom. So any questions you may have, we're happy to pull them in as well. So, and then that really tees us up for March 18th. And you do have both of those draft resolutions for certification of the final EIR and then adoption of General Plan 2040. And then, as we've noted, next steps would be moving forward with our implementation plan, bringing forward a ballot initiative for consideration by the voters in the fall, and then moving forward with a comprehensive zoning code update beginning of 2025. So this brings us back to our recommendation and concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. We could take all night, or we could say thank you. But appreciation to everyone who has been involved in this effort, both on a staff perspective and a community perspective. This is one of the most substantial pieces of work that has happened in this community for many years, and that is important because it lays the foundation for the next 20 years. So please continue to stay involved, both tonight and as we go forward into the future. It's just the first big step, but it's a very important one. So with that as a preamble, let me turn it over to my colleagues and see who would like to start the question section. Councilmember Hedges, would you like to start? Talk into the mic.
Yeah, I'm at a disadvantage here tonight with the cold. So the one thing I saw that stood out to me, I like pretty much what I've seen. Most of it's been very responsive to the city council. The raising of the office to 7 stories along Burrell, I thought we'd agreed to go on office meeting to 5 stories.
That is correct. Those existing office buildings are 7 stories, but Office High sets a cap at 5. And so our recommendation is that would be the most appropriate because it comes close to capturing those, but the cap for High is 5 stories. You're correct.
Okay. I'll have to think about that. I think what you're saying makes sense, but I'll have to think about it because we did previously recommend the 5 stories. That's it. That's all I have for right now.
Is that it for now?
Pardon me?
Is that your only question for now?
That's the only question I have right now. This was very comprehensive.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes, I would agree with Councilmember Hedges that not only did we receive a comprehensive presentation tonight, but I did also watch the Planning Commission meeting and the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission meeting in which they reviewed the tech update to the to the Climate Action Plan. And so I do not have questions at this time.
Okay, Councilmember Lee, over to you.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions. So I'm curious to hear from staff about the residential overlay for the regional commercial, and it's currently set at 55 units per acre. And while I appreciate the economic impact and necessity of having regional commercial zoning, I'm also curious from your perspective, given that it's within the 0.5 mile radius to transit, why are we setting or what are the metrics that we're using to set our housing overlay over commercial? And is there a potential opportunity to consider bumping it up?
So the housing overlay is an existing, it's within our existing zoning code. And so it actually focuses on various parcels. There's, you have executive office, you have regional commercial, neighborhood commercial. It's focused around the city. Within the general plan, both our neighborhood commercial and our regional commercial designations include provisions that allow for housing. So we have associated densities with each of those divisions. So it would include any parcel there. And so that really aligned with the goal of having them focus on, I think in this case, like a regional commercial use or neighborhood commercial, but allowing for housing as well. So if council was interested in changing it, I don't know that there's anything specifically magic about that number. We do have that designation both inside the study areas and outside the study areas. And one of the ways the current map is crafted is that it focused on land use designations with heights and densities that went beyond the Measure Y limits to primarily contain them within the study areas. And so we would just need to look at where those, if it were to go higher, we would just need to look at where those sites existed outside of the study areas. Another alternative, if you were interested, is looking at a mixed use land use designation rather than regional commercial. Because up until very recently, we weren't really looking at this site for growth and change because of the presence of the hotel use.
If we were to create a mixed use designation for that specific site, would that prohibit, for example, a future Marriott from coming and setting up? I mean, what would the impact be in terms of if we want to maintain as much flexibility for redevelopment and economic vitality, what would be your recommendation for the best possible designation?
The mixed use designation would be the most appropriate because it's going to allow for the widest range of uses.
Okay, that's helpful. And given that it's about 8 acres, is that accurate?
I believe so, approximately.
Our mixed use high one is 99 units per acre, is that right?
Mixed use medium 2 goes up to 99.
Mixed medium 2. Okay, thank you. So that was one of my questions. And then I'm curious to hear from staff's perspective about the Planning Commission's recommendation about removing the sort of tiered height per story definitions. It seems to me, I've gone into some really great retail spaces that have beautiful high ceilings that are well above the designations that have been set in our current policy. And so I'm curious to hear what would the potential impact be for changing that, or even just kind of punting and bringing that into a zoning code discussion.
That definition with that 11-foot average isn't required. Staff had added that as a way to help folks understand, well, what is a story? If you're looking at 8 stories, what might that be in height? But it doesn't need to be in there. And ultimately, using the zoning code when we do our comprehensive update, that is the best place to really look into what are appropriate height limits. And then you could use the story limits set in the general plan to help inform what those height limits in the zoning ordinance could be. So that definition isn't needed if there's concern that it could create conflict. Relying solely just on the stories and those ranges and then using that to inform the zoning code could definitely be a viable way to go. So the staff doesn't see any issues with removing that definition from the general plan.
Okay, thank you. And then, one of the most important projects I think that the city has done from a housing perspective is Kiku Crossing. And this is a project that's very important to me personally as someone who lived in affordable housing. And so I wanted to, resurface that project in terms of the height and density of that incredibly successful project that is, that this whole council has bent over backwards, applauding ourselves in the city for actually getting this project built. So would you care to remind the community and this council, what was the height and density of that project? That 100% affordable project that produces 225 affordable homes for community members in downtown San Mateo.
So it is 7 stories in height, and I don't know the numeric height of the building off the top of my head. It is 225 units. So on its site itself, that's 225 units of density. Functionally, because its parking exists on the adjacent site, if you factor that in, that density probably comes down to some degree because a project would normally have to accommodate for that parking on site. But yeah, those are the numbers for that project downtown.
And is it fair to say that that's about more or less 1 acre or less than an acre?
The building itself sits on, I think, approximately 1 acre.
So it's approximately 1 acre site that that is currently producing 225 affordable units on that site. And so I wanted to, point that out because right now we're contemplating approving a general plan that actually caps the density at 130 units per acre. So that's almost 100 units less. That's 100 homes less per acre than the esteemed, respected, and applauded project that this council is so proud of. And so, I have some, questions in terms of, I hope that we can. I hope that there's opportunity in this conversation to revisit our discussion about height and about density. Maybe we won't talk about height. Maybe we'll talk about density. And I'm curious to hear from a staff's perspective, what is within reason if we are looking at optimizing the most developable, feasible, and transit-oriented sites, say within a half a mile radius to transit. If we were to consider a model of increasing density, that's more units, more homes for people that desperately need them, people like myself who was housing insecure, who lived in affordable housing, that was able to get a roof over my head because of good public policy. One person, the change that made in one person's life. So I'm very curious from staff's perspective, if you don't mind sharing, what potential increases and where could this council at this moment consider increased density?
I would defer to council on where you would want to go with that. We do know the maximum number of units that were studied under the EAR, so we wouldn't want to see anything that pushed it beyond that. But beyond that, I think we would. There's any number of possibilities and how you might want to go. So staff would look to council for direction on if you wanted to explore that and where you wanted to do it.
Okay, those are my questions.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Zach, thank you to you and your entire staff. This process has been arduous, but you guys have done a great job. I met a couple weeks ago with the owners of the Bayshore Commons development, and I was curious because I didn't know they're basically asking it to be downgraded from high mixed use to medium mixed use. What's the potential loss of units when they make that change?
I mean, it does vary because it is a mixed use site. It's approximately 14 acres. The high designation it has now could achieve up to 130 units an acre, and the designation they're requesting, which is medium 1, would drop it down to 50 units an acre. So it would definitely be a reduction, but I think there's any number of factors. That site is adjacent to the highway, so you wouldn't necessarily maximize at the higher density. You might do a mix of office closer. So it's tough to say exactly. And I do believe they're online, they're here attending and might be providing public comment. So they might be able to speak to that more. But the basics are it would drop from 130 units an acre up to down to 50 units an acre.
Is there any opportunity there, if they're reducing the number of units, to at least increase the amount of housing and reduce the mixed use? Or is that something that just doesn't allow itself within the zoning?
Well, mixed use is very open. So a mixed use designation could allow for an entirely residential project. It could also allow for a mixed use. I think, as has been discussed earlier in the draft process, there would be some concerns about putting too much density right up against the highway. So a mixed use might be the most conducive for this site. But that's the nice thing about the mixed use designation, is it's very open in terms of the range of uses, from 100% residential to a fully office or commercial project, or somewhere in between.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was, I learned recently that we're losing the San Mateo Marriott. And I think that was around $3 million in TOT tax. Do we have an idea of what percentage of our total TOT that represents? Would that be
If I recall from our budget meeting just 2 weeks ago, I believe our TOT is between, I believe, just a little over $6 million. So it's the lion's share of our TOT.
Thank you.
But I can confirm with our finance director, but if I recall from my memory.
So that's going to be,
I just know it's the lion's share.
yeah, it's more than half. Or last question, and you explained this to me when we had a one-on-one, but just so we can have it on record. Several people have asked when we talk about historic districts, why we've removed the word contributors. Could you just say that so that everyone understands what the logic was behind it?
Absolutely. So in the current general plan, the term contributors within a policy is used just once, and it's specific to contributors to the downtown historic district. That downtown historic district is established. It's specifically specified within our zoning code. And really a contributor is part of a historic district, which is really the historic resource. And so in our definition, the way it sits now, and this has been guided by input from our historic consultant, and we've reviewed it with other historic consultants as well, the definition which defines a resource as being a district, that's inclusive of its associated contributors. And so that's why contributors themselves are not called out. If they were, that would be functionally elevating their status. But the goal is a contributor is part of a district, which the district is what is the historic resource. So that was the approach for that definition, is that was something we had brought that for council for direction, because ultimately that's a local policy choice, specifically how we want to word it. So that's why we're ultimately looking to council for direction on how that definition was crafted.
Well, thank you for clarifying, and no other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I've got some questions that sort of go all over the place, so thank you in advance. So I guess one of my questions is, given the uncertain economic times, and we're hearing from developers that it's tough out there to make things pencil. What happens if the actual growth that happens in San Mateo doesn't match up with what we've got in the general plan, and specifically in the housing element?
Well, those are two pieces to to answer there. I think first, the general plan, it's kind of a capacity estimate of what can be achieved over the next 20 years, but obviously economic conditions, other things, I mean, whether it's a pandemic, an economic recession, the Great Recession like happened in the early 2000s, those are all factors. And then you have associated booms as well, where you see a lot of growth. And so it's an estimate, but obviously over the next 20 years, the economic realities will really be what governs how much housing can ultimately be achieved here in San Mateo. But I think under optimal conditions where everything maybe is conducive, we could see getting to that. But it really is just an estimate.
Yeah, and then going on from that, let's say things don't pick up and we don't get there. How does that relate to what we will be, our relationship with HCD when we go back for the next housing element and the next housing element? So what will the foundation they will use? What will that be?
So then we have our regional housing needs allocation in our housing element, which is specified 7,015 units of production over the next 8 years. But the key is the city isn't necessarily a developer. For something like Cuckoo Crossing we are, but for the lion's share, we're the agency that helps facilitate. And so what's important is that we hold up our end of the deal for our commitments, whether it's updating our zoning codes, reducing barriers, making sure that we're doing everything to facilitate and ensure we have the capacity. But if the market conditions are not able to bear that out, but we're still doing everything we can to hold up the policies and programs in our housing element, that's the best we can do. And HCD recognizes that. And that's why I say when we look at that, they're looking for a capacity analysis, knowing that if we ensure we have sufficient zoning, our regulations are conducive, and we're doing what we can to reduce or eliminate barriers to housing production, then that allows for the market and property owners to then move forward and propose the housing units to help us meet our objective. But if the economic conditions aren't where they need to be, we just need to make sure we're doing our part to support housing production, and that we wouldn't necessarily be penalized because of a bad economy if we're not able to.
Yeah. And there's so much more than just housing units in terms of housing and services. But if I recall way back, I think this is before I was on council, so correct me if I'm wrong, that there was a lot of discussion at that point about San Mateo not being able to include past estimates. And, if we'd said, oh, we said last cycle we were going to zone for X number of units. It didn't happen for whatever reason. And there are only so many times you can go back and include those as part of an estimate. And finally, HCD said, maybe we shouldn't allow you to use those again. Am I making sense?
Yeah. So if we have, say, specific housing sites that were used for past housing elements, we can still use them again, but we actually, and this will be something that comes forward with our housing element, we actually have to pass a by right ordinance. So it's basically saying, hey, this site didn't develop, so you have to show us that you're doing more to help do everything you can to make it feasible to develop there. And so we would need to pass what's called a by right ordinance, which basically makes it easier for housing to occur on those sites to help facilitate. So that's the provision that HCD has put forward if we want to reuse housing sites over multiple housing cycles.
Okay, and another question I've gotten from a lot of people, which I think would be helpful if you would explain, is if the housing element is calling for 7,015 units, but the general plan will talk about producing 19,760. Why are we focused on that larger number when all we're required to do right now is the 7,015? Can you please help us understand that?
Absolutely. So, I mean, there's a timeline difference. The housing element plans for 8-year housing cycles. The general plan is a 20-year horizon. And so really, you're functionally looking at about 2.5 housing cycles within the general plan. And so that concept was applied as we were building our alternatives, was how much housing do we want to plan for to ensure that we could meet our needs not only for this housing cycle, but the other housing cycles within this planning period that's in the general plan without having to go back and reopen up the general plan. And so in addition to those, the regional housing needs allocation, HCD also is looking for a buffer. And so part of what gave our housing element the path to potential certification was that we built in a big enough buffer to support our current housing cycle. So the housing units in the general plan are both providing buffer for our current housing element beyond that 7,015, but then it's also planning ahead for our next housing cycle when we don't know what that housing allocation is yet, and HCD is not requiring us to plan for it yet. But if we're going to go through 7 years of general plan update to get our general plan prepared through 2040, we don't want to have to reopen it in 5 or 8 years for our next housing cycle. And so that was also the thinking why we planned for enough capacity. So we have enough for this cycle, but we also have enough for next cycle and then maybe some for the next one after that. So that's why the number in the general plan is larger.
And that's why it ties into the option that we've chosen, the transit-oriented corridors, in terms of the number of housing units being able to be built in those study areas are larger than 7,015.
Absolutely. And part of it also is we don't want to lose opportunities for transit-oriented development. And so if we're going to see a site redevelop, would it be better to get a higher density or a medium density? So by going that way, we can also utilize fewer sites to help achieve our current arena so we can get there faster. But I think it's also an opportunity cost. A housing project could be there for 50 or 75 years. And so it's like you don't want to leave money on the table. If there's an opportunity for more housing, especially close to downtown, close to a Caltrain station, we want to take that opportunity to get the most housing we can while addressing other community needs.
Okay. And there are associated with those housing projections, there are required transit needs to make it transit oriented so that we develop all the way around. What happens to our plans in the general plan if the transit that we're assuming is going to be coming doesn't happen? I mean, how do we balance that going forward?
I think, well, I guess it depends on when you say transit, are we talking like Caltrain or Samtrans?
Public transit. I mean, we're assuming by saying we want to develop along transit-oriented corridors that that's going to put more people in an area where it's easier for them to get transit. We have Caltrain already. Caltrain's moving toward electrification. We have huge needs in terms of Samtrans and additional east-west. So there are assumptions within these growth projections that say there going to be a certain amount of increase in public transit. If that doesn't happen, how does that impact our own development projections?
Well, ideally, they're both moving forward concurrently. So as we're
Absolutely.
approving new housing projects, new development, we're also moving forward in investing in our infrastructure. And whether that's done locally through our roadway network, through supporting bike and pedestrian, or working with our transit partners to help support their improvements or increasing ridership capacity. Oftentimes, transit needs riders. And so when you're putting more riders on their routes, that's then making it more feasible for them to increase capacity as well. So the goal is you kind of need to move concurrently. You can't have the transit without the riders, but obviously the riders need the transit. So there's not necessarily all the answers just yet, but the goal is that we implement these plans concurrently.
Right, and we track them concurrently too.
Absolutely, that's the
Right.
goal. And we have a number of tracking metrics in the general plan to kind of support that and report back on where those numbers are.
Okay. And in terms of the financial analysis, it's great that it's what, $15.5 million per year in the green. That's great. Where's the break even in that analysis? So that's assuming that we build to the maximum. Where does it get to the point where we're break even or closer to break even?
So for that question, I might actually see if Ashley with EPS is available and able to speak to that maybe a little bit more. I think that's just looking at that horizon point. But I don't know if there's a midpoint in there. But
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the question. We did evaluate the general plan at that build out point. We did not look at various points along the way. But what we're seeing in general, whether it's the residential or the non-residential development, we're seeing values that are greater and therefore generating property tax and other fiscal revenues that are greater than the cost of providing services to that new development. That's what we would expect to see in order for that development to move forward in a feasible way. So I think even if we were to look at a midpoint of the development, if the mix stayed proportional, we would see the same pattern of positive fiscal revenue.
Okay, and does that include the assumption that the same level of community benefit in lieu benefits is there? Because there's a lot of discussion about are they safe, or is that going to be the next target? So what are we assuming in terms of that?
Would you mind asking that in one more way? Are you talking about the affordable housing?
So in
benefits?
terms of when developers develop, they also have to contribute to, in one way, shape, or form, the costs of either the services that are necessary for that development or something to contribute to the community. So how did that assumption work into your analysis?
I'm following. Thank you. Yeah, the fiscal impact analysis was focused just on the revenues that accrue to the city's general fund, and the expenditures out of the general fund needed to provide services to that new development. We also did a feasibility analysis as part of the alternatives and evaluation earlier on, and that looked at the feasibility of this new development from a developer's perspective. And in that, we did take a look at the cost of development, and costs of development are inclusive of not just the hard costs of going vertical, but also all the soft costs, including architecture, engineering, and permitting and fees. And so that was a part of the analysis. We did not think about we did not contemplate future changes to any of those policies, but it was a part of that original analysis.
Okay, but it's really city-generated revenue opportunities.
The fiscal impact analysis is the fiscal revenues to the city's general fund, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to say something, Zach?
I think adding on to that, there is a fiscal component to whatever community benefits we may ultimately be seeking from projects. And I think as we start to develop that policy and get guidance on a direction on where we want to go with it, we would be doing a corresponding fiscal analysis, because I think the importance is we want to make sure that we get as much as we can with community benefits, but also make sure that they're still feasible, because if they're not feasible, then we're not able to realize anything. So that's, I think, always what we would need to factor in. And that would probably come separate from this analysis, but more as we start to develop this policy in the framework.
Okay, then there's a large section, which is a great section on, really focusing on urban greening within the plan. And given the discussion we had at the last council meeting or whenever the appeal came up about the development and the question about trees, in order to really put teeth into this urban greening goal and policy, we may have to go back and look at our tree replacement to takeout ratio, right? Because as I recall from that appeal, the trees are being replaced at a 2-to-1 ratio. But if we wanted to change that to 3-to-1 or 4-to-1, that would have to be a major policy within the implementation plan of the general plan. Is that correct?
That would. I mean, that could be achieved different ways. It could be more of a policy requirement. It could also be something we look at as projects come forward. So I think the first step, as was noted at that meeting, we're doing an internal review on how we're implementing the policies and the heritage tree policies and codes. And we can definitely look at that and report back to council on different options in the future. But the policy, we do have very robust policies in the general plan related to managing and maintaining our urban forest. And that includes obviously street trees, as well as trees on private property. And so those would also be informative as we amend the zoning code to be consistent with the general plan.
Okay, thanks. And I think following on a question from Deputy Mayor Newsom, you and I had spoken about the fact that 13 of 16 other peninsula cities include contributors in how they discuss historic resources. Why are we not doing that?
So I think those examples are all examples of zoning codes or municipal code ordinances. This is the general plan. So the general plan is the umbrella that then informs that. So absolutely, if you have a zoning ordinance or a historic preservation ordinance with a section that talks about how you establish a historic district, a contributor definition is absolutely makes sense there. So I think the difference is those are references to cities' adopted zoning codes or historic preservation ordinances. What we're talking about here is the general plan.
Okay, so given the fact that one of our priorities for next year is to work with the community to develop a citywide ordinance related to how do we deal with historic resources, it would be at that point that we would start talking about contributors?
Absolutely. As part of the process that the city would look to establish for historic districts, contributors are an important piece of districts. And so you would absolutely be looking at how those are defined, how those function, the parameters you set forth for them. So that would be the best place to really kind of get into the definition and how they relate to your overall preservation goals.
Okay, so that's when because we keep talking about wanting to have a broad community discussion, but that would be the time to have that discussion.
Absolutely. And if there's a change to how the council wants to define a historic resource in that ordinance, we can also make sure that then if the general plan needs to be modified to reflect that. But the way we see it, this definition is broad enough to support more focused definitions that could exist within a historic preservation ordinance.
Okay, so if we had the citywide discussion and decided here's what we want to do, we could always go back and amend the general plan to align up with what the policy was we developed.
If needed, or the way the definition is, it could be fine to cover what's the more focused definitions that are in the ordinance itself.
Okay, great. And let's see, did I get through all of them? So just so everyone understands, I mean, you said the next step is the implementation plan. That sounds like it's a very easy thing to do. And that's going to be, I would think, almost more difficult than the general plan itself, because it's how do you get detailed and how do you prioritize? So how do you see the community being involved in that prioritization?
I think, well, probably the two primary ways that we would see actions in the general plan prioritized would be in the city's budget, because that's where the funding allocation happens, or as part of goal setting with council at the beginning of each year for that upcoming year. But the first step is really the easy part is preparing the plan itself. The harder part, which will take the better part of the next 20 years, is the actual implementation. And there is going to definitely be some choices, what we prioritize. Some of it is ongoing activities. There's multiple actions that we're already moving forward with. And so I think the first thing is just putting them all there. So the community, so council can see everything that's on the table. And then we start looking at, well, what are the resource involvements for these various actions to implement? And then how much staff time does it take? Because we're going to have to figure out, with limited numbers of staff, limited financial resources, which ones move forward first and when. And so we'll bring that back to council for a study session later this year, and that'll kind of be the starting point. But I think ideally this could be a document that council looks to each year at Blue Skies when you're setting your upcoming year priorities, and kind of look it over and see, well, what do we want to bring to the top of the list here?
All right, but that first plan is going to be very important. So that's in the summer.
Yes, we'll be moving forward and bringing it back when sometime in the coming months after. We don't know exactly when, but later this spring or summer is our target.
Okay, great.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I think it's also important to note that we'll also be bringing forward the housing element. And within the housing element, we're committing to a certain timeline over the next 7 years as well. And so when we look at resources from a staffing capacity standpoint,
Right.
we're already committing on the housing element. And so that's one of the many, in addition to everything in the general plan. So I just want to bring that for awareness for the council to know that we're already committing right up front on implementation.
Okay. Well, I think those are my questions for right now. Thank you very much.
May I have a follow-up?
Yes,
Based on
absolutely.
actually on a couple of things you said.
Councilmember Hedges.
So the mayor was talking about transit-oriented development, and that's bringing me back to the Office High on Burrell. Let me tell you, first of all, why I'm going to bring this up. That's probably one of the better transit-oriented development sites in San Mateo. It's within half a mile Caltrain that will have 30-minute headways when electrification is there. It's on the Samtrans most abundant route. There's a headway during peak time of about 15 minutes, which is unusual in suburbia. And so you have banks, you have hair care, you have grocery, you have restaurants, virtually everything you need without getting in your car. And the reason that's important is that in TOD, only about a third of the trips are used for commuting. The rest of them are for services. So now here's my question. If we're going to have Office High, can't we put in it also office or mixed use high, so that we can actually bring down or more focus on our jobs housing need, because we'll be able to put some housing in there rather than just all office. It just seems to me make total sense to me. I don't know why I hadn't seen it earlier.
Ultimately, I mean, a land use change like that, these areas are outside of a study area, so that might be a consideration. But ultimately, I mean, that we would look to council for direction if you wanted to see a shift in land use designation there.
I'm saying saying we can do Office High is available there, or mixed use high. Not necessarily a change and add.
Mixed use high would establish a higher intensity than office high. You might want to consider, if you're looking more at commensurate, it might be more of a mixed use medium 2, might be more equivalent to an office high designation given the height ranges. But I think ultimately staff would look to council for if you want to see a land use change there. And we would just need to verify that it doesn't push us past any limits that might with the environmental impact report.
Well, but part of the corridor use for Caltrain, I haven't measured it by foot, but I walk it often, and I'm saying that it's within a half mile, so that would pretty well put us in what we're talking around transit. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not totally understanding why we couldn't do that. and why it wouldn't be appropriate to do it.
No, I think it would be appropriate if council wants to do it. Like I said, we haven't looked at that specific mix at that intensity on this site, so we would just have to verify that. But I don't see anything that would prohibit it if that's where council wants to go.
Yeah, well, hopefully council will want to do it because it actually makes more sense to me based on what real transit-oriented development is at that location. Thanks, Zach.
Through the mayor. I think the key in what Zach is describing is whether or not, or if you were to look at having a change in land use designation, is the impact with our EIR specifically. So I think, as Zach was bringing that up, that's something that's critical if you were wanting to consider whether that could be done under what we've currently studied in the capacity that we currently could take on.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just want to maybe ask a follow-up to Councilmember Hedges' question for some clarification. The sites that you're referencing are built out at this point, right? In that there are existing developments there, and they're not necessarily sites that are being considered for present development.
That is correct, and I am in correspondence with the owner, and I believe someone from that group may be on tonight. They can probably speak to it more, but yeah, right now these are entirely office sites, and they are taller buildings. So the map cleanup was originally is recommended just to align with the existing height intensity that's there, and the maps are up here right now, so you can see actually that dashed radius line. So the two buildings that are closest to Beauvais and Burrell, those are within the half a mile TOD, but as it moves west, it looks like that kind of that finger to the west is just outside that half mile radius. But so but you can see here, those sites are all, there's a mix of, there's a couple lower buildings, but then there's a number of most of them are either 5, 6, or 7 stories.
Okay, I hope that was useful. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions before we go to public comment? No? Okay, well then I think it's time for public comment. How many requests do we have?
Madam Mayor, in person, council chambers, we have a total of 4 requests to speak. Looking to the remote environment, we have, if you wish to speak on item number 7, please raise your hand now. Madam Mayor, we have a total of, oh, they're growing. We have a total of 12 public comments. I look to council to set the time for 3 minutes.
3 minutes? 3 minutes?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
3?
It's 3 or 2, anything over 2. It is 1 and 2 was 3.
Oh, okay.
That's just a guideline.
Okay. Well, I think it's important. Would my council members agree with me to give them the full 3? Okay, then we'll do 3.
Martin, can you name the last person online, please, with their hand raised?
Yes, our last speaker will be Jeremy Levine. All right, going to in chambers first. Our first 3 speakers will be Lori Watanuki, followed by David Light and Michelle Ma.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash and members of the City Council. My name is Lori Watanuki, and I would like to mention some points of the 2040 General Plan EIR. The EIR fails to recognize the service commercial light manufacturing land use along South Amplet between 5th and Folkestone, which is incompatible with Central and Sunnybrae neighborhoods. These truck impacts from these businesses have been felt by residents over the last 50 years because of the difficult access from 101. And these impacts will increase in the future with the addition of light manufacturing and more warehouses and businesses with fleets of trucks, including semi-trucks, cutting through the residential neighborhood. The EIR does not provide any alternatives to service commercial to reduce these significant impacts. We need a higher sound wall with plantings and options for R2 housing with specialized windows and air filtration systems used in new housing developments all along 101 and 92. South Amplet between 5th and Folkestone needs further analysis, compatible zoning, and more mitigation to reduce the significant environmental impacts in service commercial. In regards to historic resources, the Yoshiko Yamanochi House is listed as a state and federal historic district on the National Register. It's also listed on the Asian American and Pan-Pacific site. The 2040 General Plan does not analyze the direct and indirect impacts on the Yoshiko Yamanochi House with the proposed increase of traffic with new developments, the removal of residential parking spaces, an increase in the turn lane to 101 on South Humboldt, the truck vibrations and diesel particulates from trucks servicing the service commercial businesses, and this needs to be further analyzed and is missing from the EIR. The current sound wall on South Humboldt Street should be extended further with more plantings to allow for the protection of the Yoshiko Yamanochi House, which includes 9 contributors. These are 3 buildings, 3 sites, and 3 structures. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be David Light, followed by Michelle Ma and Jennifer Rank.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz and members of the City Council. My name is David Light, and I live in the Central neighborhood. And my comments address the final environmental impact report. With respect to the street classifications and the circulation element, a classification for minor collector streets is not included, but appears to be lumped in with major collectors. A major collector has trips over a distance of greater than 3/4 of a mile, while a minor collector has trips of a distance of less than 3/4 of a mile. And there are streets that fit this minor collector classification in San Mateo and in our neighborhood. The NTMP needs to allow both minor and major collectors and minor arterials and emergency routes for traffic calming. We do not want truck routes in the central neighborhood that will bring more pollution impacts for our residents. With respect to air quality and construction impacts, there will be a significant number of construction trucks passing through 3rd, 4th, and 5th Avenues because of inadequate signage and the fact that the current no truck sign at the corner of 5th and Delaware is hidden from view. These are residential streets, and many trucks that haul toxic soils to waste sites need to be directed away from our homes. Also, a San Mateo City contact person should be identified who will monitor air pollution, noise, and construction impacts. Currently, residents need to contact a project manager for each individual project in order to discuss these construction impacts. And so we need a single contact person. Next, the on-site parking for construction workers is insufficient, and workers park their personal vehicles along our residential streets. This is a significant impact on our neighborhood, and construction worker parking is underestimated in the conditions of approval when projects get approved at the Planning Commission. And finally, new construction projects on the west side of the railroad should be required to utilize state highways, El Camino Real, Interstate 92 to Interstate 101, in order to reduce the pollution impacts to our priority equity neighborhoods, and they shouldn't be cutting through our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michelle Ma, followed by Jennifer Rank.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Nash and members of the City Council. I am a resident and homeowner at 19th Avenue Park in District 3. I wanted to thank you first for all your hard work on the general plan and for providing residents like me a chance to speak and provide feedback. I'm here to speak about the development proposal for study areas 3 and 8, replacing the existing multifamily apartment complexes, retail, and 3-story office space with mixed-use high and mixed-use medium 2 developments. While we welcome revitalization of our neighborhood and adjacent areas, our concern is how the current plan will affect our neighborhood of 1-story, single-family mid-century homes. According to the general plan, our modest neighborhood will be surrounded on 3 sides by buildings as tall as 6 and 8 stories, 2 to 3 times higher than the tallest buildings currently there today. To our knowledge, no other neighborhood of single-family homes will be encircled on 3 sides as ours will be. Under this plan, individuals will be able to look into our homes and backyards. For the privacy and quality of living within the neighborhood, I respectfully request lowering the height designation to mixed-use medium 1 in study areas 3 and 8. Thank you for all your hard work and attention to making our city of San Mateo a wonderful place to live, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Good evening, Mayor Nash, Deputy Mayor Newsom, and members of the City Council. My name is Jennifer Rank. I'm a land use partner at Shepherd Mullen, and I represent the ownership of Bayshore Corporate Commons located at 1720 South Amplet. Congrats on this exciting milestone tonight, and kudos to staff for all of your hard work. We submitted a letter for your consideration that sets forth our request for mixed-use medium 1 as the site's ultimate land use designation in the General Plan 2040 that will be adopted this month. My clients are very supportive of future housing on the site and supported the change to the mixed-use high designation in 2022 because it allowed the EIR to analyze the maximum build-out potential for the site. Now, ownership faces different market conditions than 2 years ago: higher interest rates, construction costs, tighter lending, and the cooling of the local office market, all the things that we've been used to hearing, right? Therefore, the mixed-use high designation with its minimum density of 100 units per acre just does not provide a realistic framework for a multifamily or mixed-use project that can be financed and built in this challenging economic environment. This is why we respectfully request that the City Council adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation to redesignate the site to mixed-use medium 1, which will provide flexibility for residential uses, including both lower and higher density housing opportunities. The mixed-use medium 1 designation will provide, importantly, the certainty needed to allow ownership to accelerate the redevelopment of the site with housing and community benefits, while improving the site's potential to support the city's housing element goals during this RHNA cycle. Thank you so much for your time tonight and for the important work that you are doing for the future of San Mateo. We again respectfully request that you designate the mixed-use medium 1 for the Bayshore Corporate Commons as you deliberate tonight. And again, thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. We will now move to our remote environment. Our first speaker through Zoom will be Michael Weinhauer. Michael, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash and members of the council. Michael Weinhauer speaking on behalf of San Mateans for Responsive Government. As the proponents of Measure Y, the resident-led height and density standards measure, cannot support the proposed 2040 San Mateo General Plan as presented. SMERG respectfully requests that you do not approve it at this time. It overrides Measure Y and will displace many small businesses and service providers. We will actively work to oppose it if it goes on the 2024 ballot because it ignores the will of San Mateo voters. No valid public reason has been given for rushing to a vote to overturn Y in 2024 instead of keeping it in the general plan until its legal expiration date of 2030. One, there is no legal rush for higher heights and densities to meet state housing requirements. Development under Measure Y can meet the city's current housing element and state RHNA requirements valid till 2031. The next housing cycle is likely to have reduced requirements since the State Department of Finance has released new population projections showing CA growth is flat through 2060. Two, there is no economic rush for higher heights and densities. Many approved projects have asked for extensions that are not being constructed. There are high rates of office and retail vacancies throughout the Peninsula and Bay Area. Number three, Measure Y expires in 2030 and is currently part of the existing 2030 general plan. In 2031, a majority of the city council can revise the 2040 general plan height and density limits without a vote to comply with the next housing element cycle. This is how general plan changes were always made prior to HP and Y. Number 4, measure-wise zoning limits, 55-foot height and 50 units per acre density are but a small percentage of construction costs. Buildings exceeding 5 to 7 stories are substantially more expensive to construct. The increased cost of land directly related to increasing heights and densities and the high cost of construction, labor, materials, financing, and insurance make construction of new buildings unaffordable, not measure why. Construction of new housing costs almost $1 million a unit. Increased zoning and taxpayer subsidies cannot build enough affordable housing to make a significant difference with these extreme development costs. 5, the general plan study areas do not protect key communities serving land uses that residents rely on, such as grocery stores, car repair, restaurants, small businesses, and service providers. Most existing small businesses along El Camino and surrounding downtown will be displaced by allowing maximum development. The cost of new construction significantly raises rents. 6, the council and the residents need to review a fiscal analysis prior to the general plan adoption. The DEIR makes clear that a large increase in population and structures will require additional funding for services. There's no data about how much revenue will be lost or gained by the project land use changes. How much sales tax revenue will be lost by upzoning downtown and ECR small businesses for housing or office? And finally, the DEIR does not provide the public nor decision makers with the data they need to approve the project. There's no information about how water will be provided, traffic impacts reduced, the job housing balance maintained, the displacement of affordable housing and small businesses. Voters and the council deserve to know the truth before approving the general plan.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Gene Alston. Gene, please unmute your mic.
Yes, I just wanted to object to the status of having contributors included in the historic district ordinance. There are, I think, pretty significant questions. Does the city get to decide who is a contributor, or is it in fact consultants hired by groups that aren't representing residents or the state get to make this designation? As it stands now, any contributor designation as provided for in the Baywood Historic District, for example, is not that. In fact, this report was funded by a private group, and the designations have been arrived through a faulty and non-consensus driven process. No one gets to vote whether their home is included as a contributor. And the reality is there are pretty large incentives for the historic preservation lobby to designate more properties as contributors. So I ask us to put a pause on including contributors so that we have more public debate before we make a decision like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Connie Weiss. Connie, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash and City Council members. As wonderful as San Mateo is, and it's been my hometown since 1986, we have a dangerous undercurrent of toxic politics that we must face and ensure we protect our city's beautiful historic assets by being crystal clear on what is expected within the general plan. We have a sitting council member and 2 sitting planning commissioners who aligned themselves last Tuesday with a resolution before the Board of Supervisors stating Baywood is a racist neighborhood. It refers to racial covenants as if they are in place today. The resolution states the quote, Baywood neighborhood is the city of San Mateo's only segregated area of white wealth, end quote, when in fact, Baywood is over 1/3 non-white residents. This sitting council member and the 2 sitting planning commissioners cannot be trusted to respect residents and protect what makes San Mateo such a wonderful place to live. I ask the balance of the City Council to please direct staff to return contributors to the definition of historic resources, policy CD 5.3, historic resources definition in the general plan. For our beautiful downtown historic district, if buildings that are contributors in the district are not identified as historic resources, their demolition and replacement with incompatible high rises within the district will be much easier. The city will not be able to require CEQA analysis, impose mitigation measures, or require alternatives to demolition of the contributor. This will further degrade our downtown historic district. We hope the ordinance will be changed promptly and not wait until 2025. In any event, I hope council will not allow the public officials who did not specifically oppose this disgraceful resolution at last week's Board of Supervisors meeting to have any input on historic resources in the general plan. They are incapable of being balanced, fair, and respectful of resident voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Dave Cohen. Dave, please unmute your mic.
There
Dave?
we go. I keep pushing and unmute and finally it happens. You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm Dave Cohen, representing Ethics San Mateo, a California nonprofit public benefit corporation with a mission to lead and support efforts by the residents of San Mateo to ensure our city is served according to the highest level of ethical standards and behavior. As clearly shown in our latest statement of position, which includes verifiable facts as footnoted throughout the document, we believe there is a clear and unacceptable bias on the part of some council members and planning commissioners who have strongly influenced the development of the general plan. Along with other items that may have been influenced in line with their bias, they have failed to publicly acknowledge and examine that the RENA numbers appear to be highly inflated when compared to the state's Department of Finance forecasts. The report P2A showing a decline in San Mateo County population of more than 1,500 over the next 10 years and doesn't grow from there. It's fairly flat. We urge the council to amend the plan to eliminate the effects of this bias on the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be a phone-in caller with the last 3 digits ending in 462. Please unmute your mic.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me? This is Carol Eldridge calling in.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. I wanted to weigh in briefly this evening on behalf of One San Mateo, a community group whose core interest is increasing racial and economic justice in San Mateo. We've had a lot of conversations about the general plan at our One San Mateo meetings, and we continue to maintain that the community would be better served by the option of High 2, especially in light of the severe affordability crisis in San Mateo. We also believe that High 2 would serve us better in another way as well. It would help to create an enthusiastic base of support for the November ballot measure, without which I think the prospects of the measure are in question. But we have also talked about another possibility, and actually it is the idea that Councilmember Lee referred to. In conversations that I have had personally with earlier members of housing staff, I was told that it is the combination of the limits on both height and density that imposes such a tight straitjacket on developers, so tight that it can render projects infeasible. If the council will not consider High 2, then perhaps it would consider leaving in place the height limits under High 1, but removing or increasing the density limit. This would create more flexibility and raise the possibility of generating more of the housing units that we so desperately need in San Mateo. I encourage you to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lisa Vandevorde. Lisa, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Lisa Vandevorde, 30-plus year resident of San Mateo. I'm here to talk about just one word, and that word is contributors. It's an important word that is missing from the historic resources element of the general plan. And why does it matter? Because not including contributors in the general plan's historic resource definition in section CD 5.3 threatens their very existence, including our beloved historic downtown. City staff deleted that word without direction by the City Council. Yet staff chafes at community requests to put it back. Even tonight, its importance is minimized and discounted. Mr. Dahl says that contributors are inherent in what defines an historic district, but where exactly in the general plan does it say that? You take such pains to specifically include quote unquote properties that are listed in or determined to be eligible for listing on the National Register. So why not add the word contributors for clarity so that there is no misunderstanding? Contributors matter. It's a critical word with parameters defined by our state to protect our historic resources going forward. The general plan is our constitution. It informs city ordinances, guidelines, and overall implementation. Saying tonight that it's kind of in there by default is vague and not appropriate for a governing document. The public will have a very hard time weighing into future implementation plans. As per Mr. Dahl tonight, he said that opportunities to do so will be limited. And I have a real problem with that. One word, and it's so important, contributors. I sincerely hope that you put that word back, and tonight is the night to do just that. It's in the City Council's power to do so, and I sincerely ask you do that before you adjourn tonight. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. And as was announced earlier, our final speaker will be Jeremy Levine. Jeremy, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, all. Jeremy Levine here, Policy Manager with the Housing Leadership Council. Thank you to Mayor Nash, the Council, Planning Commission, City staff, everyone who has had a role in putting this general plan update together. It's been a really big undertaking. As written, this general plan update could help address the housing shortage in San Mateo. At the same time, this plan is just a first step toward meeting the housing needs of the community. From the beginning, this update has excluded most of the city from consideration for more affordable homes. And though it seems different, it really makes relatively marginal changes in the small subset of study areas that were considered. Over the last several months, this council has made a number of compromises that reduce the number of homes allowed under the plan, the locations. Regardless of the economic conditions, San Mateo is literally not doing everything it can to promote affordable homes. Not that there's so much more to be done. And based on some of the comments you've heard tonight, it's hard to see how the concessions have influenced the opposition. There's going to be a lot of work to do between now and 2040 to promote more affordable homes beyond this. Still, I believe that this general plan is an important first step to creating more housing options. The council could get more people excited about supporting this first step by taking some actions to make it more impactful tonight. Some of the ways the council can demonstrate for its support for affordable homes include following the Planning Commission's recommendations. We've gotten some really good feedback from smart people, and also reinstituting the high 2 zoning designation, or seeing how to increase flexibility and density under the high 1 designation. Some form of flexibility. These changes will help ensure that San Mateo's general plan has its intended impact. More affordable homes reflecting the community's needs. Thank you for your consideration and all of your hard work.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. Who would like to start? Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you, through the mayor. So as we have one more session ahead of us this month, I'm going to try to save comments that reflect on the historic achievements and everyone to thank, the thousands of hours that have gone into this multi-year project. Many have already mentioned it. I'm going to try to focus on my support for the general plan update as presented tonight. I agree overall with the changes that have been made since the draft general plan was shared with the public last summer. I watched the planning commission meeting from January, and I agree with all the revisions recommended by the planning commission as they generally clarify the overall intent of the plan's vision. That would include the request from Bayshore Corporate Commons and their particular interests in development they see as being possible as soon as possible in that area. I watched the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission meeting in which they reviewed and recommended adopting the technical update to the climate action plan. I am comfortable with it, and I'm glad both that we as a city got an opportunity to update the climate action plan through this process, and that the current plan now, even after updating it to reflect stricter guidelines in the state related to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the parameters that are the programs and projects that are still noted within the cap are still on track to help us meet those objectives. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the public comments that we've received on matters related to language and historic resources, circulation, and more. But overall, I feel that I'm comfortable with the staff responses that have been made tonight, and which included some changes that were made since the draft report and have been brought into this report we're looking at. I appreciate the findings of the fiscal analysis and some of the discussion that we've had on that tonight. And I agree with the statement of overriding considerations in the final environmental impact report. We won't be able to predict all that can or will happen in San Mateo in the next 20 years, of course. But I'm confident from the findings to date that if our city pursues development within the framework established, those in our city will continue to receive services, and our local government will generally be better off as a result. Sorry, our local environment, if I said government, our local environment will generally be better off. Yes, of course. But that said, I appreciate added language in this plan for regular checks on police and fire services and staffing, as well as an annual review of this plan and its progress that includes updating population projections. So I feel comfortable going ahead with what we have tonight, knowing that we're going to continue to monitor this throughout. I do appreciate some of what Councilmember Lee brought up in questions related to the Marriott site. And I am open to a discussion on proposing something mixed use, given what's transpired, that would still allow for what, of course, exists today to be there, but and wouldn't impede the development of a future hotel, but might allow for a little bit more flexibility and perhaps a little bit more I would say flexibility and expanded opportunity at a site that's close to our transit areas. That doesn't exceed the, what we've read through and studied through the final environmental impact report, but I don't think, given what we have in land use designation, we're a threat for that. I thought I was trying to think if there was anything else like new based on what the discussion we've had to date I wanted to highlight. I don't have a note on here, so I might fall off, but I look forward to the implementation discussions to follow and other council comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hedges, would you like to go next?
I did.
Good. When have you ever not wanted to go next?
Well, I think Councilmember Lorraine did such a good job. There's not much left to be said, but I will say some things.
Thank you.
So, first of all, I actually have been thinking about the Marriott myself, and I'm glad he brought that up. It's within a quarter mile of the Caltrain station, and the 292 bus is even closer, which serves all the peninsula. And there will continue to be grocery there if that other development goes forward. And there are some services, probably not enough, but it may increase. So I think mixed use is a good idea and I think there is room for another hotel. That is a huge parking lot. And being a quarter of a mile from transit, you're not required to have parking for housing. So it could really mean a lot to placing housing there. So I like that. Thank you for bringing it up. And the revisions of the Planning Commission, I support them all with the proviso I said earlier that I'm concerned about the office high at Beauvais office park. I think it's close enough that you get a housing there too without having to have parking. I've heard a lot tonight from public comment about it's too large or it's too small. And I think that our staff has pretty well hit it right. Because one of the things we say in collective bargaining, if both parties aren't happy with it, then you've probably reached the right dimensions of the bargaining. So I think you've done a good job. I really don't have anything else at this point. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
I'll also hold on my final comments and appreciation for this process. When Director Dahl said this was the easy part, 7 years, I kind of had whiplash. I think for those of us who've been in it for the entire 7 years or 6, is it 6 years or 7 years now? Anyways, it doesn't feel like it's been easy, but here we are. And, there's a lot to be proud of in this plan. And I think there are a lot of things that we got right. But as a city that continues to embrace our responsibility to directly address the affordability crisis that is crippling our community, I feel that we have fallen down. And as Director Dahl said, there is still a conversation to be had. We can make a significant change tonight that could increase density. And when we talk about increasing density, what we are actually accomplishing when we even contemplate that option is increasing the baseline inclusionary affordable housing that will be required in each project. It means that we net more affordable housing on every single site. And I cannot allow this night to pass us by without raising the question to my council colleagues who have campaigned on their dedication to addressing the affordable housing crisis, who have openly embraced a 225 affordable housing unit in our downtown on 1 acre. And still, this plan caps density at 130 units per acre. I think my assessment is that we don't have broad support for this plan. That the affordable housing advocates are saying we need to do more, that the Sierra Club, one of the most reputable organizations that endorsed me and other members of this council, is saying that we need to do more from a sustainability standpoint, because when you build higher and denser around transit, it serves the purpose of our sustainability goals. I think that we need to heed those calls. And so I will not sit here applauding ourselves for doing a great job when I don't see community support for this plan. And I don't see, right now, we've only had SMERG dedicate their opposition. Right now, in this conversation, I think that if we were to talk about increasing density, even if it was attached to community benefit, if it was with a, with parameters around the 0.5 mile radius to transit, I think that there's a way that we can thread the needle and get more. And what we're talking about when we're talking about getting more is getting affordable homes in this community. And I ask my council colleagues to look at me, take a look at me.
I'm looking.
Take a look at me. I would not be in this seat if it weren't for the roof over my head when I needed it. I'm one person, and affordable housing saved my life. And I believe our community that is calling on all of us leaders to do more, because we can and we need to. They are counting on us. We have only 15 more years. This plan started 7 years ago. By my count, 2040 is just a measly 15 years away. What is the community going to look like then for your children who are growing up here? Do you see a future for your kids in San Mateo with the housing conditions that we are responsible for changing right now in this moment? That's the question. That is the crossroads we are at right now. And so I beg my council, do not pat yourself on the back. This job is not done until we've said that we've done everything we can to directly take on the affordable housing crisis. And the way to do that is to increase density where there are opportunities. The EIR has clearly shown that there is capacity. The financial analysis has shown that if we increase our growth, that we can fund commensurate and sustainable services over this period. Why are we leaving affordable housing on the table? Why? What is the possible justification? When we can and need to do more, our community is counting on us.
Are you finished with your comments?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Newsom.
All in all, I am in support of this general plan. I think it's been a Herculean effort to get to where we are. When I come to one specific site, which is the Marriott site, I do think we should really focus on trying to find another hotel on that, but I also would be amenable to the idea of having it be more mixed use. One thing that I know from the Passage projects, which seems to be on hold right now, was and this goes to what Councilman Hedges said, the Passage Project actually had said that they would be providing a shuttle that would take people from the housing complex over to, and so hopefully as we develop that site, we can carry that same concept forward with whoever ends up in that space. I definitely would like to see more affordable housing. What I'm seeing right now with the financial environment is I'm not sure that one thing is indicative of the other. I've talked to developers just as recently as last week, and they're actually downgrading the amount of units they're putting on the space as opposed to upgrading. And that's because of the availability of cash to finance the project. So that doesn't mean that I'm not for and supportive of more affordable housing, but I think that where the plan is now is acceptable for where we are. And I think that it's a living document. It's not static. We'll be changing this every 2 years. We'll be updating this general plan. So in its current form, I support it. And that's my comments on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I too want to say thank you and appreciate the work that's gone into it. I've sat on both sides of the discussion, both as a member of the general public and up here on council, and have always felt that there's a good discussion going on. And there's a lot more work. I think that's one thing we all agree. There's a lot more work. This is a good start. So going through, I'm in agreement with the Planning Commission recommendations for revisions. I am in support of the current height and density recommendations. I think in terms of the San Mateo Marriott, rather than say, let's just change it tonight, I would appreciate if staff would go back and do a little more analysis, because that's a fairly major change to make without a lot of information. But I look forward to the analysis. I think it's important that if you think about all the groups that have been here over the past 6 months talking and the issues that have been raised, the general plan by and large addresses them. Vision Zero has been an important group that's been here lobbying for zero traffic deaths. It's in our general plan, the Vision Zero goal. Now, as you said, the implementation plan is going to be, how do we make that happen? There are tremendous commitments in terms of sustainability, both in terms of sea level rise, wildfires. It's all there, but we now have to make it real. So I actually do think, even though it's taken longer to get here, the next section is going to be even more difficult. But I think that this community is up for the challenge. I represent the area of San Mateo that we've heard about for many, many months that is passionate either for or against creating a historic district in Baywood. I acknowledge the passion on all sides, but I believe that there is the ability within the general plan to have that discussion. And that's why I asked you earlier tonight about if we have, when we do the city ordinance next year, we have the opportunity to have specific conversation amongst our community. It's not just about Baywood, it's about the entire city. And what does our city want to see in terms of historic resources, whether it's in North Central, whether it's in Baywood, whether it's in 19th Avenue. This is a community-wide discussion about how do we protect historic resources and where do we as a city want to wind up. So I wish that discussion were happening tomorrow. I think we all would if we could, but we have to have that very deep, difficult community discussion. And I will do my best between now and then to continue to speak with either members, residents of my district, or anyone else on that topic. So I think that in terms of public safety, in terms of transit, there's so much more we can do. And I look forward to using this general plan to actually making it happen. One of which is grade separations that we didn't even mention tonight. If we don't get that figured out, half of this just goes by the wayside. So there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm excited about doing it, and I support with those comments, I support the general plan as presented tonight. So, any other comments or questions? Councilmember Hedges.
I would make one about the importance of below market rate housing. And if you have a development now on 3 acres that has 300 units, you get 10% of 50 units because the zoning is lower. So you get 15 units for the low. If you rezone it at 130, you get about 18 unit. You get a large number more, I'm tired, number more of units, over double. So I think it's important we recognize that we're already providing with raising the density, more below market rate units within the city. And I'm very much for that. We need it so badly. That's it for me.
Okay,
Biddy.
so we don't have to take a vote tonight, but what do you need from us now?
What I've heard tonight is really kind of that final set of direction to be incorporated into the general plan that comes back to you in 2 weeks for adoption. I did hear, and I do want to confirm with council, support for the 4 recommendations from the Planning Commission. For the staff map revisions, there were 6 of them there. And then also I did hear majority support for looking at mixed use on the Marriott site. So I did want to confirm that, and that's something we can come back to and elaborate on in 2 weeks.
Right, and in that analysis, not just what do we do, but what does it mean from a revenue perspective? Because obviously it's a very important issue.
Yeah, that is definitely something we could do. So I just wanted to confirm that that is something we will bring back to council for final action on. And basically, I didn't hear any other direction beyond those 2 bundles plus the Marriott site. So I just wanted to confirm that as well.
Yep. Okay, well then, thank you very much, Director Dahl. Thank you, Joanne Jansen, and thank you, everybody. So with that, I guess we're going to move on to reports and announcements. Oh, absolutely. Let's take a 5-minute break. Very important. Okay, thank you.
I'm headed that way too, brother.
Okay, do you need, I'll go with you this time. Okay. We are about ready to come back into session. Thank you very much for hanging in there with us. We really appreciate it. So we're going to move on now to reports and announcements. And my first question to my fellow council members, given that there was so much public comment tonight about a ceasefire resolution, agendizing it on a future meeting, does anyone want to make a statement about that? Or yes, Councilmember Hedges. You got- put your-
It's like my wife always shut me off. So I heard so much divide here tonight, and in some cases, some anger and back and forth. And I think doing something like this just adds to the divide. It's something that we have absolutely no control over. I think there's movements now by our federal government to try to move Israel in a position that's a little more tenable. And so I just don't think we should be dealing with it. We have a large population of Palestinians and Jewish people here in the community. And why get in the middle of this? They're already very upset.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you through the mayor. First, I just want to thank everybody who's still in the room and who came and gave public comment tonight on this topic and others. I heard a lot tonight. I heard many people asking for agendizing a resolution for a ceasefire, and I heard many asking us not to do so. I heard many members of our community in pain and in mourning many who said they've lost family members in the conflict. People who want an end to the violence, people who want the hostages returned. I agree that, I agree with some of what I heard tonight. And I agree, of course, that the attacks on October 7th by Hamas are to be condemned. I agree that the scale of displacement and the loss of thousands of innocent Palestinian lives in Gaza is alarming and tragic. And I agree that there is some local element to this discussion because, of course, we are here tonight having it. And clearly it's affecting so many of us in our community. But I believe that the local energy calling for policy action on this would be best channeled to our local representatives of our federal government, which can truly affect change on this. And I would add the White House would be another destination for this local energy. I think with regard to our local responsibilities in San Mateo, they rest with standing against the hate that I've heard, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Arab sentiments, and their manifestations in our city and our schools around us in our county. And in seeking and advocating for a peaceful resolution to this conflict. But I think a resolution at the city level from what I've seen in other cities in the area. I'm concerned that it may increase divisive rhetoric and sentiments. It may lead to some of the isolation that some are worried about, and I don't know that it's worth it, if you will, for what for the what effect it might have on the larger conflict and with either our leaders in federal government. So I'm not interested in pursuing agendizing one at this time.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lee.
I want to thank everyone who is here tonight with us still and everyone who spoke. I am, I feel almost at a loss of words because this is, there's so much pain and there's so much suffering. And I hear the community calling on us to see it and acknowledge it. And that's right. That is right. You need your leaders to be moral guides and mirrors and speak the hard things that need to be said. And I want everyone who came and spoke to know that I see and I hear how hard this is and how painful it is, and I personally feel it. I am the descendant of a Jewish refugee who escaped Nazi Germany. I have spent hours calling friends and hoping that they're okay. And I know that my pain is no more important or horrible than yours. And so I think that what is called for and what I hear and what I hope for is that we can come into a process of listening and learning from each other in a deeper way, in a more meaningful way than any words on paper. And that's my offer to you, is that I want to be here with you. I want to talk with you, and I want to walk with you, and I want to hear your stories. And I'm open to figuring out what comes next after that. But there's a lot of learning that needs to happen, and it starts with listening. And it starts with building relationships and sitting down together and having hard conversations. Jews and Arabs and Palestinians and Israelis and us Samaritans here at home. And so I legitimately extend an offer to you all in the room that I want to meet with you and I want to talk with you and I want to figure out what needs to be done next. And I don't know at this point what it is and what it should look like, but I have to learn and be open to learning. And that's my promise.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Newsom.
I've always taken the stance of not agendizing a resolution for which we cannot legislate. That said, I'm a husband of a Palestinian American, 2 beautiful Palestinian American daughters, excuse me. My daughters and my family of nearly 18 years are Palestinians from Ramallah and Bethlehem. I watch every day in horror what's going on in the news, and it's terrible. I grew up, I'm Irish Catholic. I grew up in San Mateo. Boy Scout troop was housed for 7 years of me being a Boy Scout at Temple Bethel. Some of my Jewish friends said I went to Temple more than they did. Set up for dozens of services. I have friends and immediate family that are Jewish. So I find myself conflicted. I personally will and do support a ceasefire. And I really, I encourage everything that we can do in our power to end what some people are calling a humanitarian crisis, but I don't think you cannot call genocide. I mean, there's over 36,000 Palestinian and Israelis who've lost their lives. There's hundreds of thousands who've been displaced. There's over 14,000 children that have died. 93 a day. So my message to my friends is that Israel should look and learn from what the troubles of Northern Ireland and the UK have taught us. And that is the way to root out the Hamas terrorist organization of Palestine is to make sure that all Palestinians are free and have access to work and safety and food and all the amenities that free people should have and a voice in their society. That said, I also support the immediate release of the 130 Israelis that are still being held by, and I think that should be a condition of any ceasefire that's put forward. All that said, I also am not in favor of bringing this resolution before the council. I just don't think we have a majority. And I also am worried about the divisiveness that it might bring. My daughters have already been bullied in school, but I also have heard from my friends whose kids are Jewish that they've also been experiencing this. San Mateo has absolutely no tolerance for anti-Arab, anti-Semitic, or Islamophobia. We need to work together to replace our anger with dialogue. We need to work together to replace hate with love. And so while I'm not in favor of bringing this back for resolution, because I don't want us to go through this again, I would be if there's council opinion or majority in support of a proclamation of peace. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Honorable, I just have to say one thing. You say you want to dialogue. When you won't even acknowledge the fact that we just asking just validate us, the moral compass of us, everybody that's sitting here. There's people, children dying, and just the fact of conflict. No, don't talk about. I don't. Please. Excuse us today.
That's enough. That's
Today
enough.
and tomorrow, not yesterday. Today and tomorrow.
You're Irish Catholic? You're married to a Palestinian? Who are you? Huh?
No, hold on. Maybe we could have.
You're smiling at.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So now you saw what
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that why you?
I think I could not say anything more than you. So I will leave it there. Does anyone have any reports or announcements that they want to bring up before we? Yes, Councilmember Hedges.
Yeah, I mentioned to you and you were nice enough to take over. I mentioned to you and you were nice enough to take over the local policy program with the joint powers for the day. I can't be, they don't have any Zoom and I'm not going to be here on that night. I would like to bring up a couple of other things, if it's okay with the chair. I really was troubled by the development on 9th Street about the loss of the trees, to find out that we're using a company's arborist who's actually doing the development, the one they hire. I would like to propose, see if it gets any legs, that we have a contract arborist. I actually know one that does it for Burlingame. A contract arborist that we don't use all the time, but we use just for those developments to go through and make sure that everything's up straight, not just looking at a paper document that comes in, but looking at the trees. And I have another issue too I want to bring up. It's with the cell towers. I don't know enough about it to know what's going on with the cell towers, but I'll tell you, I know people are very frightened, and I don't like to see people frightened. We need to have information on the radiation, the type, and how dangerous it is in those cell towers, so we can know where we're going on this. So I would suggest that we tasked staff to find out that information for us.
Okay, and perhaps I can ask the city manager to
I'm
respond.
happy to respond through the mayor. So first and foremost, just on how city staff handles, we have 2 arborists, actually 3 hired arborists that are FTEs, full-time merit employees here on staff. And so the way it works is that once the project, that we cannot go and be the arborist for all the developers and really go do all the reports. But what we do is the reports that we do receive, we do review everything, and we actually go out to the sites too and do inspect the trees as well at the same time. And so that's typical what you would see in any city, I'd say throughout California, Councilmember Hedges.
So what we were told the last meeting is we reviewed their paperwork. We reviewed their report on them.
So not only do we review reports, but we also go out to the site as well. And we'll go throughout the whole process. So as part of a development project too. So when you see the protection, they have protection efforts for the trees too. And so we'll go and make sure that they're abiding by the regulations that are put forth.
I just recall being in tons of meetings that with the development at Beauvais, they made them move a huge old oak tree. That's not happening anymore that I can see. So I'm really concerned about still losing these old growth, beautiful trees. And I just really want to know beyond a reasonable doubt that if we have to cut them down, we have a good reason for doing it.
So not going to hash out what happened at the last meeting because it was very clear about what happened with the old oaks, specifically in the building and the Housing Accountability Act and everything that
I understand
came along with it. But I completely hear that wanting to make sure that we are doing good work of accountability, reviewing the reports that we're receiving and actually making sure that we're going out there and we're doing all that currently. Now, when we talk about just, I believe you've discussed or raised that previously years ago that there was some type of the way we handled the trees and the old oaks previously that we wouldn't, remove them. I think that's something that we have to look back, but our staff is following our codes, crossing every T, dotting every I to make sure that we're meeting that. But that's something that I'll take back and look at with staff.
I thank you.
No problem. And then there was the second issue, which was the cell sites.
The radiation.
The radiation.
That's my primary concern because people are talking to me about it and they're not calling and getting mad. They're just scared.
So on the radiation part, that this goes to the FCC, and correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney or anyone else on this, but we are limited as to what we can, just our area of oversight. But my understanding is that's done at the federal level, and the city does not get to wade into those waters or those parameters. What we do get to wade into specifically is the aesthetics and whatever is legally so what we're doing right now throughout the process, working on cell sites and actually a rewrite of our ordinance. If you really think about how we're approaching this, our staff has met twice now with the Don't Sell Out San Mateo group. And so we've taken their information. They've brought in 19 different requests of looking at how we can tighten our cell site ordinance locally, but we have to make sure within the parameters of the law, because we're regulated by the federal law on what we can do, what actually makes sense to tighten up based off of the council direction that was brought to city staff last fall, saying, look at this, look at our cell site ordinance and see if there's ways to, make it tighter, basically. And so that's what we're looking at right now. I know that we're going to be meeting with industry as well, because we've just met with the resident group. And so we'll be meeting with the industry, and then we're going to be bringing forward basically a study session on May 20th, where we'll go ahead and we'll lay out what we've heard from the community group, what we've heard from the industry, what staff is looking at, because there's state laws that we have to align with, and what we think there might be ways of tightening our ordinance itself, and then have a council discussion where no decision will be made that evening, but it'll be a great discussion for the council and for the community to go ahead and provide public comment and input. And then from there, we will look at bringing forward an ordinance for council consideration and potentially adoption.
I thought we had some sway if it was unsafe. That was why I was bringing this up.
With the RF emissions, the radiation?
Yes.
If I can chime in here. So, I mean, the city manager is correct. I mean, we're constrained by federal law. So we cannot consider RF emissions that comply with FCC standards.
So I understand. I've attended several hearings here over the years when the cell towers were an issue, not this type, but another type. And I know that we can only deal with certain issues. I'm not going to reiterate them. I think the city manager's done a good job of doing that. But I know that, but my concern is the safety.
If I could just also add in that one of the things that we look at to verify the safety is that every application is accompanied by an RF emissions report that's stamped and certified by an emissions engineer. And so what we do is we verify to make sure that what's in the report matches the field conditions and what's being proposed. And so it's the right number of antennas, it's the right number of equipment, and that it matches or what's being installed. And if you look at the emissions that are in almost every single one, they're to say that they're well below would be almost an exaggeration. They're like minute compared to the FCC maximum allowable limit. They're very, very small amounts of emissions.
I assume we've shared this with the people that are.
We have, and it's going to be in the, it's been in the trainings that we've offered to the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commissioners, and it's going to be presented as part of the training on the 13th at the commission meeting. And so it will be demonstrated. We have a slide that I know our commissioners were really appreciative of because they thought that it demonstrated it a little more clearly than is what than what has been shown in some of the reports to date. And so that's definitely going to be one of the pieces in the presentation. I think it has been in the reports, but maybe it didn't hit home quite as clearly as what's in one of these particular slides. But they are well below, and it is documented, and it is by a certified professional.
And I understand you get to be my age and you've had enough x-rays that you've already had a lot of radiation. So I understand it's out there.
It's out there, but we do verify it, I guess is my point. We verify that it meets the FCC standards, and they're all licensed by the FCC.
Does the city bear any liability if 10 years down the road we find out that we're wrong?
I don't see the city bearing any liability for complying with federal law.
That's what I'm saying. So ultimately, the federal government will be the one who'll take it on the chin, not us, right?
I don't know about taking it on the chin, but I mean, Congress has set, passed the Telecommunications Act of 1996. So
Right.
they set parameters for local governments to then implement and comply with. The FCC has promulgated a number of regulations to fill in the gaps in the Federal Telecom Act. So, I mean, ultimately, the federal government is setting the baseline for rules that state and local governments must follow.
Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Any other reports or announcements? Councilmember Lorraine.
I got one more.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Just want to put in a pitch. I told the chief I would do this. The Licensed Sirens fundraiser for PAL is this coming March 22nd. Get your tickets now for Friday, March 22nd. That, according to this, is 17 days, 8 hours, 4 minutes, and 28 seconds from now.
And that's after, a week after the Samaritan House Gala.
Someone else could do
But it already was, yes. Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you. Through the mayor. I did want to just mention that as our council's liaison to Peninsula Clean Energy now, I attended the last meeting since our last council meeting, and there was a pretty big decision at that meeting that I just want to share, namely that the board agreed to go ahead with a 3-year contract with a vendor for $26 million for the implementation of a turnkey electrification installation service for single-family homes in the county. So this is the turnkey concierge type service that we know we need and is going to be here in a matter of months, not years. It's a fantastic development. I just wanted to share that. And but I also have a request of council, and ask, because we adjourned last meeting in honor of both those who suffered in internment camps during World War II, but also in memory of a family who we lost in our city. And between that meeting and tonight, I've been speaking with a number of neighbors, including our neighborhood association, the Beresford Hillsdale Neighborhood Association. The mayor was at the last meeting in which the president said some words. One of our area lieutenants said some words. But I was curious about what more could be done, had some discussions about that. And one thing, one idea was to potentially have an informational ceremonial item in a future council meeting that highlights some of the resources that we have available to help folks in mental health and with domestic violence prevention, potentially involving Cora, although I haven't officially asked for anything specific yet. But I did have some conversations with San Mateo County's Behavioral Health and Services, and I did get an affirmative that someone could join us on a future meeting, potentially in April or May, maybe with May being mental wellness, health wellness month, that there might be an opportunity there. I haven't directly asked about dates with the clerk, but I just wanted to get a sense if a majority of council might be interested in something like that. Excellent. I would just add that I really feel there might be an opportunity to broaden the audience for such an item to some of the folks we had tonight, and really I just maybe even providing an opportunity, at least tangential to what Councilmember Lee was mentioning, of being listening and also sharing what we have that people can avail themselves of to help them. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, on that note, I think it is time. It's 1 minute to midnight, so we will adjourn to closed session, and the closed session is going to be on conference with legal counsel of existing litigation. But before we do, Deputy Clerk, do we have any public comment on these items?
Madam Mayor, we have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, well, then I will bring it back, and I will adjourn today. I will adjourn today, a day. Oh, it said right here. I'm gonna adjourn.
I'm gonna go hide.
Midnight.